Hello, everyone. Ooh. Excuse me. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Need, thank you so much for converting over to a Twitch Prime, or from a Twitch Prime. Hope you're having a good day today. Thank you so much for subscribing. Are we ready for today, y'all? Are we ready to watch G2 get their cheeks took? Are we ready? We're gonna play a quick game before G2 gets their cheeks took, and then we're gonna watch G2 get their cheeks taken. Only one game today. It's probably gonna be a quick 3-0. Not gonna cap. Yo, Cammy's Dark, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. Thank y'all for being here. All right, let's reset this clicker counter. Let's get all set up and ready to go. We should be good. All right. They're not gonna lose. They're not gonna lose. Oh my gosh. We'll tell her happy birthday, Kawaii. I bought myself pre-birthday cakes. A little pre-birthday. Just for you and me. And I bought 2 of them. Because y'all know I love cake. Thank you, Kawaii. Bot lane is serving Goras. It really is. And everybody's in their best attire, period. Mid is looking a little rough. Jungle looking a little rough. Y'all think we can end this before MSI starts in 30 minutes? You're playing on your day off? I am. I played on both of my days off because MSI is today. I'm doing great, Terrence. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Sona and I auto win bot lane, right? Because we're both in Star Guardian. Right, Charm City, exactly. Ah, thank you, May. Thank you. I love you so much.
Until minions spawn.
Let's get this dub real quick. Oh my gosh, Dark, it was so much fun. I really need to go back and do it again so I actually win. Hello, Sona. Is this you?
Hate this dancing part.
Is this you?
Hate this dancing part.
Minions have spawned.
Yes, I got you. What's your sign? I'm a Cancer. Body built like what? Like a dancer. Hey. Period. We have the same birthday, me and Saweetie.
For a round of hide and go shoot.
Fucking y'all. Let's get this dub. I think I won that. Okay. Well, now I lost it. Just didn't need to take the Q to the face.
Mercy or mayhem?
There's a trap.
Feel guilty about this.
3 seconds. Oh my gosh, it missed! Why did Sona back up? But it missed? Yo, that's a life or death situation. That's tough. Wait, what's her real name, Suki? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I got this Star Guardian thing down.
All right, let's starve her out since she decided she wanted to stay.
Glitter and guns. Now that.
We're gonna freeze. No, Sona, why? Why? Let's last hit from now on.
Warning! My guns are getting.
So we can freeze.
Okay.
Not Lux saying okay, like I'm talking to her. Luckily, Lux ruined the slow push.
Sparkles.
By autoing and pressing E on the wave. Okay. Had to navigate that very carefully. Warwick is here. What the frick are you doing, girl? Oh my gosh, she got me. Okay, she dies here. And I'm back.
Have a good rest.
Yes, I did. Thank you for asking, Auction. Exactly, pretty.
Shiro.
I'm doing well, Che. Thank you for asking. I'm eating a little salad. I just got home from the grocery and I needed to make a little meal before we started stream. So I made me I made a salad with chicken, cranberries, a lemon vinaigrette, and walnuts. With arugula and basil.
Destroy you.
It's a fun little flavor. There's no way. There's no way I'm being ignored here. Warwick just wants to do drag.
Enemy double kill.
That was so bad.
Miss me?
Hello, JT. OMG. Carne asada and al pastor are the best tacos ever. Well, Mr. Warwick, I will be remembering that.
Star Guardian to the rescue. Am I doing it right?
Ah, JT. I'm so nervous.
Let's go.
Psychotic, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Dang, she hit me with that blicky low key. They're kind of trolling with their ability placements though. JT coming in with the 9 months of support. Yo, why are you not coming? What is happening, dude? Oh my gosh, why didn't he just walk around? Oh my gosh, this is so bad. You know what? Let's just get 6 and... As a Warwick player, I'm disappointed. That was the most disgusting thing I think I've ever seen in my life. No, the Nasus that we had is worse, for sure. But still. How are we feeling about G2's chances? You know, I think they have a chance. I think their chance is 0.0000000. 0.015 in terms of a win today. Like they could do it. They could do it. I think if they played like 20 games, they could probably take one off of them. I do. No, literally, Jovi is about to get on Synapse. Thank you so much, Best Selfie. I will be streaming tomorrow, so I'll be right here with y'all. I'm so glad they are freaking enters. I'm so glad they're enters because I messed up there and I still got both of them. So Ray said, let me play in V2's face real bad. I do not mean to be disrespectful to any G2 supporters, nor do I mean to disrespect the G2 players. I am simply keeping it 100% with y'all. That's all. I like a lot of the G2 players. I do. Like the way I run into these things is crazy. Should be fine. I do think our tower falls if we back. What is happening? Well,
glory to the first star.
I am deceased. I see that, Vicky. I beat. Psychotic, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Thank you, Psychotic. Thank you, my love.
slain.
Why is NA all up in my lane? It's okay, we win. Somehow we'll win this.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We just gotta win it in 17 minutes. GG.
You have slain an enemy.
I love KSing.
You can thank me later.
It's my favorite thing to do, to be honest. There's nothing like a good old KS. No, truly, JT. Grandmothers, grandfathers. But like, I'm really not stressing. Cause like, we play this game, we get into MSI, and also guys, I bought cake. I bought cake because it's my birthday. You have ult? You don't want to press ult? He didn't want to press ult for me. Thank you, JT. What flavor?
Your turret
They're little
has been
mini
destroyed.
cakes. I got a vanilla one because I'm gonna just fix that real quick.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I got a vanilla cake because I love vanilla and I love strawberry, and it has vanilla and strawberry. And then no, it's so chaotic, honestly. But that's what I love. I love the chaos. Would I be a Jinx main if I didn't? The answer is no. Like, this is what I live for. What I will say though is vanilla cake. I love strawberry, and it has like a thin layer of strawberry. And then there's a lavender cake because I love floral taste. Like when there's like a hint of rose or a hint of lavender in like ice cream or cake. Oh, I eat it right on up, man. I'm so for real. So yeah, those are these two cakes. I said I was only gonna eat one during the series, but now that I think about it, I believe I will be eating both. I do indeed. I foresee the future, and in the future, I see myself eating both
Can't I have one of everything?
decadent, delicate cakes. Yes, see, Crackers, you get it. You get me.
Look at me.
Y'all get
Pandemonium
it.
with a purpose.
Enemy double kill.
Bang. Bang.
Guardian handbook.
Very funny. Sona, don't leave me, girl. I still need to speed up. Sona said, girl, bye. Ayo, Tibbers, kill, bro. Did she just try to make me take that KO slick? Did she slick just make me, like, did she flash for that or nah? Am I tripping or was she doing that on purpose? I have 0.25, I'm sorry, attack speed. Because of Nasus Wither, a point and click skill. Point and click, by the way. Point and click ability, by the way.
Destroyed. Shut down.
Yeah, we can FF this one. I don't think I care anymore.
Enemy double kill.
I swear it feels like I'm in iron. We turn it right here, bro. We turn it right here. This is where we turn the game. Don't worry. This is when we turn the game. Right here, right now. Let's speak this. This is it. What a sad game. I didn't know people still go static good. Okay. Yeah, Big Bear. I do think it's winnable if we make it to like 45 minutes, but I'm not trying to do that.
Don't worry.
I'm really not.
Your time is coming.
I mean, still.
Can you believe I was chosen?
What's going on, Hin Hin? How are you doing? All right, what's T? What's T, team? Ooh, that doesn't look very T. Girl, they want to FF. They sure do. That's T. They sure do want to FF. Hold on, I'm almost on IE. All right, we win. We're in there. Not he missed his ult again.
Enemy double kill.
Point and click wither, by the way. Point and click ability. Yo, Heike, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. It's not over, guys. It's not over quite yet. He's about to 1v3. Was Nasus just dancing? It's okay. I just wanted to get like a bad game out of the way so when I play later, I don't have to worry about it. You know? You feel me? No, I really do feel like Nasus's Wither needs to be reworked for 4 reasons. One, it's a point and click ability. That's already a problem. 2, just make it a stun. Just make it a stun. Why are we taking away all of the attack speed, all of the movement speed? Just make it a stun. Number 3, no stun should be point and click. Name another point and click stun. Who else has a point and click stun in the game, in the entire game? Who has a point and click stun? Annie, that's if her passive is up. Pantheon, Leo. Okay, Leo's is not, it's not ranged. Nasus's is ranged. Renekton, is his not a skill shot? It's also melee. Pantheon, melee. Nasus is ranged. TF's is ranged. There's a requirement of having to like see his cards to get there though. Like I'm talking about straight up. I'm talking about straight freaking up, point and click. Ranged stun. Nautilus ult. That's a knock up. And you have like, you have a couple of seconds to like get away from him. Unless you're melee. It's not a stun though, but I'm saying like, it's basically a stun. It might as well be a stun because it takes away everything from you. I had 0.25 attack speed. Who is about to attack with that? Zoe Sleep has to travel.
Let's go.
Briar's jump thing. All right, we got one. Hey, you did your big one with that one. You did your big one with that one. I think it's really stupid. I think it's a really dumb ability. Are we Riot? Are we Riot? Are we ready for Riot Games? MSI. Who is ready to see Genji absolutely obliterate G2 today? Anybody in chat a G2 believer? Press 1 now. Anyone in chat who is a G2 believer? Press 1. Let's see. Death Ray coming in with the 20 gifted subs. What the heck? What the heck? Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Death Ray. That's so sweet. Thank you for supporting the stream. All right. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh my gosh. Death Ray, what the heck? Death Ray coming in with another 50 gifted subs. No, real talk. Dance maker dance. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Thank you so much, Death Ray. What the heck? Oh my freaking gosh. Birthday going up. No, for real. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I'm like in shock, low key. Holy freaking moly. Okay. What was I saying? I don't even know what we were saying, low key. Like that did it. I don't even know. I don't even know it. Okay. I was going to say anybody with anybody a G2 believer, and then we had no G2 believers. That's what it was. That's what it was. There were no G2 believers in here. But we do have MSI. MSI time. Holy dude. That's freaking insane. Dude, I can't wait to watch JoJo play, like low key. All right. Oh yes, let's go over our pick'ems. Guys, make sure you lock in your pick'ems. Make sure you lock in your pick'ems. If you have not already joined, you can join my leaderboard. We're competing with the rest of the community. Go ahead and join up. Go ahead and join up. But yes, pick'ems. Oh, hold on, I have to log in.
而是因为心中的渴望。你们可能不看好我们，但我们会证明给你们看。我们将拼尽全力夺回 MSI 的冠军头衔。
I believe in G2 guys, let them cook. Do you like being let down on a regular basis? I just want to ask this preemptively to get like a feel of like where you stand, you know what I'm saying? Guys, you only have 12 minutes. Well, yes. You only have 12 minutes left to lock in your pick'ems. Okay, any last minute changes? How y'all feel about this? How y'all feel about this? I think Gen G gonna absolutely obliterate G2 today. I, unfortunately, on my birthday, think that FlyQuest will lose to China's #1 seed, but I do feel like they might take them to game 5. I do indeed. No, JT! Not like this. What did you put for this one? CFO versus T1. I feel like these are correct.
오랜 시간이 지났지만 제가 원래 있어야 할 곳으로 돌아왔습니다.
I feel like Gen G gonna win easily. As long as they stay in tip-top form, I think it's a dub.
과거일 뿐이고 중요한 건 앞에 펼쳐진 길입니다. T1의 경기가 시작됐다는 것을 보여드리겠습니다.
我们是来 AA 赛证明我们自己的实力的，信不信由你。You either step aside or get burned.
Oh, period.
准备好面对 AL 了吗？
저희가 만든 길은 저희만 걸을 수 있습니다. 만들어 놓은 길이지만 저희가 묻어드리겠습니다.
Oh, wow. Let's go!
Hello, Vancouver!
Woo!
Please welcome to the stage for the first match of the bracket stage. Representing the LEC is G2 Esports and their opponents, the defending champions from the LCK, Gen G.
Woo! Woo!
And now I can talk normally as we get ready for the game.
Woo!
I had to put a little sauce on it. Dude, I've never been so hyped in my life.
A little
Look,
sauce.
It's Draco's Chronicler with the desk. You can see the players getting on stage. The roar.
Okay, can I show y'all my cakes now?
In Canada.
Just don't drop it. If I show y'all my cakes, please do not drop it.
For all the LEC fans out there, hopefully not
I'm so for
incredibly
real.
one-sided. I think we're both just hoping for some good games and to see the level of Gen G, seemingly universal tournament favorites.
If this drops, I will cry.
I can't wait. I have been, I think, and this
Get
I
the
think comes to
cakes.
burden of knowledge. I've seen this Gen
The
D,
purple one
Gen
is
G
the lavender
team
one.
develop over the course of this year. At a slower start, obviously weren't the representatives at first stand.
No, it's
They also have had
lavender.
a tendency
Here, I'll pick it up.
historically of being a little slow to start at tournaments. But given the performance of G2 during the play-ins, I think that the universal opinion, we saw prediction on the desk as well, makes the most sense. And for me, it comes down to that man
Y'all want
in the
the first
mid lane.
bite?
Chovy has been on an absolutely monstrous tear. He took January off. You know, that's okay.
fair,
He took
fair.
a little break. But ever since he got back on the throne, no one has come even remotely close within the LCK.
And it's rare in the history of
Why
League
did
of
he take a
Legends
break? Does anybody know?
that we look at one player
the pressure
as
getting
undisputed
to
best
him?
on a mechanical lever. Faker, of course, the GOAT. But his form has
Here.
gone up and down, always clutch.
Take your
when it
bite,
mattered
ho,
most.
out of my birthday
Jovi
cake.
feeling like an anomaly
your
in the
bite.
best possible way for
One
Gen
bite
G in the
each
hopes
team.
of the LCK.
Oh my
at this
gosh, we got to do our
tournament.
Korean and
We'll need
Spanish
to see
versions of
if
the
we can
day.
fix
Don't
it
let me
band
forget
right.
now.
It's a quick adjustment. Coming for Korea, a new patch. It's fearless, something that honestly Gen G have thrived in. And need to see what their read is on 25-13. G2, a lot more comfortable on the stage, even if the matches might have been a bit uncomfortable. They got there in the end. Now it's going to be first pick and ban. No surprise to see TF
Oh,
take
yeah,
off
that's
the board
real
alongside
good.
the Pantheon. Now the Talia.
There's
Oh,
a
that
ton
hoe
of
is
champions
real
that we have
good.
seen Gen G
Thank
gravitate
you,
towards time
Van.
and time again.
Thank you, thank
I've
you.
seen this
Congrats
team
on
pick
37
B1
is
Azir more times
insane,
than I can
Bounce.
really put into words. Ari is another that obviously is going to be very high on the prior list. We've seen the
Thank
Nerfs
you,
to champions like her, like Defias,
I
which does not
appreciate
really matter.
you.
Strength of the kit coming through most. And for Genji, as you point out, we have not seen a lot of them, even in the LCK. Don't forget, they played the full 5 games against Humble Life, found the reverse sweep, but that was the only series they played. Last time we saw
want
this
some of the
team
vanilla
face off
that I
before, that
dropped?
was in the final series against Bro. And that's feels like a lifetime ago.
It's not a lot of games on stage.
Maybe
So there
it's
is
not.
room for variance. But despite that, still the favorites. Ori taken away. So a lot of the utility mid laners off the board, both the Ori and the Talia alongside the
I'm just
Twisted
getting
Fate.
the chocolate
Rumble,
everywhere.
pretty classic ban for G2. We'll see if the
There's
Jace
like little white chocolate
follows.
shavings.
But obviously so many powerful champions still
The
up and
Korean word of the
available.
day is okay, but the sentence is long. Oh boy. You know how I get.
Final
I
ban.
get stressed.
Imminent here. Let's see what we're going to end up with. Keen. The Keen Sante has really been
you a
back,
ho, ho, ho.
as, oh, I love
Period.
that. The Nidalee ban,
No
obviously,
Santa.
theoretically a flex, but realistically, that's always going to go to Canyon. He's one of the few players that has maintained it, and I mentioned it before.
It's like you're a prophet.
And it's B1 is here.
Bang.
This is the
I
region
still
that you
remember when we
cast,
brought you
but
home from the hospital.
Yeah, I mean, it's also Chovy. This
There
is
is
just
a
how it
time
goes.
limit,
And we
Alaska.
also saw it with the bans, right? Particularly that Ari
They go
ban,
back and forth,
we do
though.
often see come through. The Talia has been one of the big counter picks, but that was, I think, justifiably banned away by G2, not wanting to give that one over.
The vanilla is definitely my fave,
As we see
but the lavender is still very good.
Varus come through. Hansama. Varus definitely a pick with a lot of power. And an early Maokai pick, definitely, I think, a big risk. This champion, really good
Yeah,
when
you
it
see
comes
that
to
bar at the
disengaging,
top?
but
That's
not
how much
really the
time they
proactive
have.
powers that once upon a time it was.
And remember, when G2 struggled in that first series versus Furia, this was the fallback.
Yep.
It was instant Varus, Maokai, and we saw the Maokai almost permabanned in the rest
They
of their
really
series,
gave
not wanting to
Chovy
give them that
Azir.
same level of comfort.
You know what that man want to be?
Unfortunately, comfort for G2 is also comfort for the side of Genji.
You know what that
First
man
pick
wanna
Azir,
be?
the room for a
I don't
counter
even
pick,
gotta
but when you're
say it,
the
you
best
already
player in
know.
the world, I don't think you're too concerned about what anyone else is
I don't
going to
even
bring.
gotta
And
say
now
it.
alongside Canyon Zin, most
Oh.
played champion in spring, and a champion that can, both in the early game, take over, and in these mid to late game fights against the Varus, if it's that poke build, mitigate so much of that
Okay,
damage.
JT, like clock that for real.
As it is, it looks like the Renekton and the
Lock that for
Azir
real.
to come through for Genji. Yet another one of their patterns. They, despite the roster changes, can't
Like, be
seem
so
to
for real.
escape. Does come through. This has been historically
not
a good
Chovy claps
pick with-
calves.
or within into the Azir rather. We've also seen it pair with Maokai a lot. There's really easy setup with the ultimates.
Yeah. And it feels like G2 have recognized some of the things that did work for them.
To be
in
blowing
the play-in
bubbles,
stage,
best
right? Caps
selfie.
having these picks with agency. We've seen good games with the Rise, the Tristana, Yone as well. Of course, champion is usually banned away.
Every
but
time I
managed
see
to
somebody
make it
smacking
through.
on some gum, I'm like,
Going
oh,
into
you
Chovy's Azir is a
you
tall
love that
task,
gum,
and
don't you?
If you really
That
want to
gum
cast
real
your
good,
mind
ain't
back,
it?
This has been a flex for Broken Blade
It's just
before,
my
though
go-to.
I doubt we'll see it here. Is now the Jhin taken off the board for Ruler. Had a bit of a rough early laning phase in the finals against HLE, against
Little bit.
Viper, specifically in the context
What
of
is
that
that,
2v2.
Van?
But don't want to give him that utility option. Don't want him to be able to, stay back at arm's reach.
It's been for sure the weak spot.
It
of
could be
Genji,
like a
obviously, weak
monitor
spot comes within
thing,
The context being
This is
Again,
one of the
Arm
few teams
City.
where you have to add that caveat every time.
have
It's
to have
kind of
the caveat.
annoying. I'll be honest.
They're undefeated, but we did see it actually be a problem for them. The reason why that series went to 5 games was mostly due to Ruler in particular.
This cake is so good
struggling,
because it's
and
not
Duro
too
to a
sweet.
certain extent as well,
Right?
particularly when
Overly
it comes to the laning
sweet
phase,
things.
and they take away the Jhin, which is
Perfect
an
amount.
amazing neutralizing pick. Works really well when you have an aggressive top side, as they do here.
Oh, babes, it
Lower
changes
range, and then
from
the Ezreal,
that
because
color
obviously
right
you
now
want
to
not
red
engage with any of the champions
based on what
G2,
side
plus
they are.
it being
So
one of
right
those
now, Genji
counterpicks or,
is
counter
banning.
picks rather does make
So
a
their
ton of
timer
sense.
is
The
blue.
Renata should not be a surprise
Now,
that champion with
red
Varus
side
in
is banning,
particular
aka
makes for a
G2.
extremely brutal lane as the Alistair also
Erica!
taken off the board here.
Somebody with the Twitch Prime and the 58 months of
Well, there
support.
are a lot of premier options. when it
Thank you
comes to
so much
engaged
for
supports.
supporting the
That's been
stream,
one that he's
Pookie.
looked the most comfortable on. Hansama taking his time, flashing a favorite champion. What is the option going to be here for G2? Jax into the top side. Broken Blade, obviously, a lot of people skeptical about his
Love
level of
you more.
performance, but the potential, we know how good Counter-Strike can be in this matchup. If he can survive, if he can weather the storm, Jax can get a lot done.
It's not just into the Renekton, right? It's also into the Zinza. We even had a period where we saw the Jax jungle come back specifically because Zinza was continuously blinded. As
I appreciate y'all for
Lucian
subbing up.
Braum will come through here. Blinding Braum, I do
How do we
think
feel
always
about
feels
Lucian
a little
Braum?
bad. And it is going to be
I've heard a lot of
the
mixed
Rakania Furlobroth. Obviously,
Mixed
the Rakan
reviews.
does allow you to follow up very nicely. I think, particularly when it looks when it comes to like Caps' ultimate, when it comes to Skewmond using the ultimate more aggressive, but it does mean that your laning phase really suffers, right? Rakan, not known for his lane. I also think that when it comes to the
I'm gonna
2v2,
try
the
and
Rakan
stream
Varus
on
combination, not
TikTok in
necessarily
1080p
super exciting.
today.
When it comes to topside, though, I do think it looks good for G2. The obvious issue
see
with this
how that
drop is
works.
that there is a lack of magic damage.
Y'all let me know if it starts lagging.
Genji most likely going to itemize into that as well. But given the fact that they don't have a true tank, it's really only
Alright,
Keen
I'm gonna put
and maybe
that
Canyon if he
there.
gets to enough items that I think are really going to be able to benefit from this. And I think you look at these drafts for either team, and they're probably happy with what they got.
Yeah, certainly comfort.
Let's
it feels like on both
go.
sides. Genji, I think if we take nameplates off,
Oh my
we're
gosh, there's a
worried,
Team
you know,
Liquid
how much
jersey.
upfront
Do y'all
reliable
see that?
engage they have. It's the Zen, it's the Renekton going at you, paired with the Braum. But this is
Yo,
the team that can pilot
Johnny, thank you so much for the
composition with a
raid.
lot of
Hello,
nuance
welcome
combined those
in.
angles.
I hope your games
They
went
do
well
have
today,
Azir.
love.
When he hits 3
Thank you
items,
so,
I don't
so
like
much for the
relying on
raid.
sliding glide, but
Welcome in, everybody. My name is Reagan,
show.
aka Miss
On
Chim
the
Chim,
upside for
and we
G2,
are
you've got good
currently
engage options across
watching
the board. It's easy to see how in an even game state this composition will function.
We are currently
But the
watching
question,
MSI.
one more caveat on the
it
endless list
is
of caveats in the context of playing
the
against this
day
Genji
one
lineup is
of the bracket stage. It's a
that
double
lane phase.
elimination.
Survive the earlier
Ooh,
stages
JT,
of
thank
the
you so much
game.
for the gifted
Can you
sub.
exploit the same weaknesses that we've highlighted? It may not
Yeah,
even
it's
matter.
day one of the
This
bracket stage of this international tournament. And you are coming in on Genji versus G2. It's about to be a slaughter. But hope
Cooper
your
comes
games
alive
went
for
well. Make
game
sure you
one.
get some post-stream food, because I know the post-stream hungies go crazy, low-key,
Wants to poke,
high-key.
wants to stay at arm's reach, does make the Zen a bit better, does make the Braum a bit better, but also staying away from a Zen and a Renekton.
Period, Twisted.
Yeah, I don't think you wanna walk up. So we take a look at the road that G2 so far have made it through, but obviously not the expectation in terms of results. When it comes to the scores of the series, 3-2 in both hard-fought battles as well. Not.
When you talked about it for Genji, right?
Don't listen to her. It's not gonna be like that.
Last month,
They about to get their cheeks took, bro.
G2 have played 13 games.
Yes, period,
in the last
Johnny.
few days, so
Thank you for the
in terms of
follow.
comfort on this
Hope you're having a good
stage,
day today.
In terms of time spent here, getting situated, it's a small advantage, but it might matter. Early lane phase, though, you can see already, Chovy not afraid to step up and just start harassing. See when Caps can get that first back. Boots, too, might help out a bit, but still going to be a bit of a struggle early on.
Oh, you're right. The Yone.
At the pathing of
Dude,
junglers as well.
I was thinking about it, and my friend looked up Tempest. Y'all, Tempest is so good at League of Legends.
We'll see if
Genuinely.
we're gonna be looking for either both these junglers are.
Tempest has like 130 games played.
More damage, obviously, for the Zen, but
he's only lost like 30.
Particularly with the laners that he does have.
Like, it's so disgusting how good he is
we do see as expected,
at League of
Chovy
Legends.
having prior
That man
early,
is
and the Renekton
disgustingly
Jax
good.
matchup, I think level 1, Jax
And he
actually
just
does really well.
coached
We can see
me
Broken Blade does
on
actually get
his
the
main
prio.
champion.
The fun sticks around
He's
until like maybe
so
level
good.
3, 4. And then after that, it gets rough for a good amount of time. And then obviously, down the line, Jax is going to have a great time once he gets his items. I think around that 2-item break point is where the Renekton just doesn't quite have the threat anymore.
That is a long period of time. Level 4 to 2 items. Yeah, it can be be a bit tough,
well,
but
you should still be safe. You know, you just can't really decide what happens in the lane.
Yeah, I need my
Get some
pick'ems
support where
too.
The attentions could be from jungle. You highlighted the Maokai earlier, obviously pathing down towards the bottom side. Canyon moving up top side. The Counter-Strike, good interactions into both champions, but with how far forward Broken Blade is pushed and with Counter-Strike
Let's
now
get
down
into this,
3.0,
y'all.
But Canyon still prioritizing finishing.
I need
those
these
camps,
games
not
to
in
go
great position.
crazy, bro.
Caps level 3 not looking too bad. This is obviously the guy who was kind of the core of G2 scraping through, barely managing to make it. And of course, if you're just joining us, Caps, that's been the reputation for a long time, but wasn't clear in that first day of the tournament, those first few games. Definitely feels like a step up in performance thus far.
Where do you do the Korean word of the day?
Lane,
It's like on a website called like Transparent or something.
Earlier does help mitigate a bit.
I'll show you after this.
Maybe now level 4.
I'll show you after this game.
Unfazed by everything Caps is doing.
That's generally how it goes. Chovy obviously known for his laning phase. Caps a little low, but shouldn't be too
Come
worried.
on,
This is often how the
destruction. I
matchup
just
goes.
wanted to pour a little water in my.
Second, as well as
my
a Doran
cup.
shield. So unless something goes colossally wrong, should just be biding his time until he
I
at least
think
gets his ultimate available.
G2
That's when you
could
start to
take
get
a
little bit more
game
threat.
off of Genji. I
Besides
don't
that,
think they'll take the series
Nothing
though.
really expected when it comes to the early 2v2, particularly towards the bot side of the map. with the Brom, obviously. If you can get
Oh
a
my
good
gosh,
passive
somebody
stack
just
up on
joined on
the-
my TikTok and their name is
very
Reagan.
specifically, there's some angles, but
Hey,
outside of that,
sis.
your engage kind of sucks, and
Also,
you're playing into Rakan.
You know, first game on international stage is always a bit slower, which does give us time to
Hey, cutie
gives us a bit of time to remind
patootie.
people about this team. And Chovy, of course, his history. There was a kind of a meme from production about Choki. It was a reputation for a number of years, and it feels like now, as he's kind of the undisputed #1 player, the MSI victory last year, it feels like all of that has faded away. But this is a guy who has been
I'm doing great,
on the
Noella.
cusp
How are you doing?
of that level of greatness for so long, but it is just without a doubt now, you can see amongst MSI mids, domestically, this is the man to beat. This is the player to fear. He is the boogeyman of the mid
I
lane.
agree,
Of course, he's still
Ping.
playing Azir, right? It's not the most crazy aggressive early lane, but he is the player
Love to
that
hear
we
it,
have to keep our
Noella.
eye on.
Is going to be trying to farm up a storm, as he always does. We do see Labrov showing here on mid wave. Not really going to get too much. Teleport is used though, so any health that
My
you can
stream
get
is
off of Chovy
all-inclusive,
is a
love.
nice little win.
I don't care
As
who
Dragon
you
does
are,
get
what you
started
are.
up, we have the swap come through
Anybody.
from Genji. Not going to be matched by G2, and that does mean that Broken Blade is going to be put in an awkward situation, and Genji not going to be contesting this dragon early on. Do know this is going on, of course, as they have the ward in the pit.
Win my pick'ems, right?
But also just, I think, completely content to zone Broken Blade away. Keen much more comfortable in the context of that matchup. Hansama does have a bit of burst damage, but it's
Ooh,
just so
LeBron.
hard to chunk through that Renekton. A lot of natural sustain.
Is
if
he
you do want
okay?
to push those waves in.
Yeah, it really is one of those situations where the champion is
Okay.
just a
He's
lot
okay.
better when it comes to the early wave clear, with the
Jack's
sustain that he
TPing
has
bot.
available, and once he
Thank
has
you,
his dominance
Clear.
available, obviously becomes a nightmare to dive. We do see
What
the
games
TP
are
come in
these?
now.
I mean, I know it's League of
Does mean
Legends,
that
but
there will be
the
summoner
specific
advantage
game.
there
This
for
is
Genji.
this is
But
an
as
international
many have pointed
tournament,
out, Genji
the
not
official
necessarily
international
known
tournament
for their
for League of Legends.
aggressive
So the
early
top
games
two
when it
teams
comes
from
to
each
fighting,
region
right? They
are currently
still, I think,
competing
a very
in
practiced team when it
Vancouver,
comes to moving
Canada.
on the map, when it
This
comes to
is a
playing for
best of
objectives.
5. It's the first
Doesn't
day of
necessarily
bracket
translate
stage,
into
and it's
fist fights the way
G2,
that,
aka
we see with
LCK, or
some of
Korea's
the other teams
first
here in the
seed,
tournament.
versus
BLG, obviously,
G2,
those are
which is
powered out.
Europe's or
That's right,
LEC's
T1,
second
much more of a
seed.
hallmark of that style. Of course, Grubs, the next objective on both sides' minds.
Exclamation point in the sign chat.
Here. Quick snapback makes it pretty
And-
easy, solo and bound. Keeping Caps safe, but should be a free recall for Chovy. G2 have push on top side. But of
I
course,
don't like
down
it either,
as I mentioned
Hunters.
Earlier in Broken Blade.
Especially
Quite
with the
cautious.
fact that
Needs
they
hit that level 6 you can see on the side of your screen.
did a lot of nerfing so that
we're in
lane
the
swaps don't happen at the
zone
beginning of the
earlier.
game.
Yeah, what do you guys normally do here?
I hate that it still
I
happens.
They just catch
I
waves.
haven't played enough Pokemon recently to keep up with you. I'm so sorry. I should
For
have.
sure,
When
Noella.
nothing is happening. Well, you know,
Anytime.
we see where the conversation takes us. We have plenty of opportunity to talk about that. I'm always down for a journey down a rabbit hole.
Little journey.
I'm
little
very
off
easily
topic.
distracted. Yeah.
Did you do anything for Canada today?
We went to a bridge, a little hike.
I was
fun.
giving. Yeah, I like
We had a
that.
good time.
The
Very
suspension
enjoyable.
Bridge.
Yeah, I mean the nature here has been absolutely incredible. One of the best parts of the trip so far. How about you? Any recommendations for the
Down
crowd?
Side. Now
Hans?
casting a top lane gank. As Hansama's backing up. Nice done. From Durham Ruler, but
Their little small talk.
too much there. They get the cleanse and the heal, so big for a potential follow-up play, forcing Hansama and Labrov to be a little bit more cautious and some furious.
Ooh, you think T1
gank going
BLG
down on the top
finals?
side. I think not
Okay,
confident as
valid.
to where Canyon is, so respecting a potential gank to come through.
Who do you think wins
Yeah,
that?
courtesy of the spellbook there, as Duro had the exhaust available to get some cooldowns. Not going to lead to too much more, as we do have both junglers towards the top side of the map here. Canyon is on his way, but with the flash is still available, I don't know how much they can rig it, and is waiting in the brush.
Pull back from Labrov.
G2
quick
did
on the trigger.
look strong.
General awareness that they were at risk.
Now, I
so
just
playing with a bit
wanna
more caution is Caps
let
and
you
Cubon
know
trying to
that
get a bit
is
of control, but
China's
half health for
second
Caps does have the
seed.
Vamp Scepter, but this is where it gets awkward. You can see how
So,
far
like,
forward
there's
Chovy's
more.
posturing.
They have
Skewmon
Cryo on top, need to be careful.
There's another team.
wants to contest
You know what I'm
one of
saying?
these. Caps is just getting chunked out. Skewmon sticking around is risky. Hansama stepping too
I
far
wish
forward to check
Tempest
the
was
ward.
here,
Nice
bro,
little
so he
trap
could
baited
tell
by
us,
the
like,
side
if they're
Gen G.
playing well
Exhaust
or not.
responded by the cleanse. Labrov still standing for now. They wanted to clear that control ward, weren't ready for Ruler to be standing, waiting in the brush. The Void Grubs, all three.
No, literally same,
On
Van.
the side of Genji, it's so awkward for Skumon. He spent so much time.
No, I feel that
spectating, maybe
pain.
hoping for a bit of a
It's
fumble,
like,
a bit of a misstep.
honestly,
and
low
it
key,
did
I
not
feel like
give it to him.
T1 is kind of
And this
coin
is
flip
exactly what I was
nowadays.
talking about earlier. Gen G in particular.
I'm always gonna stand behind them, but I feel like they've been kind of coin flip.
Turning into objective. It's very straightforward, right? Chovy just has prio, is able to both
But I
draw
believe in
Skumon
them.
to him while simultaneously
I
chunking
really
out
do.
caps. And then because of the earlier play towards the bot side, there's not really a way for
Hello,
Hans
Cat.
as well as for Lebrov to contest. They still try. Don't really give too much up, but they're still not able to contest any of these grubs. They do go the way over of Gen G. And
I don't think
this
you
is,
can.
This is an LCK pace game, Drake, because I'm having a great time.
We'll
This is,
see after this series.
I love this, you know, it's slow back and forth.
To be fair, I also
We'll see after the
chess-like
series if they
movements.
open it back up so you can change it.
Yeah. Happen.
No, they don't.
The world makes
Facts, Beast. I'll give you that.
Nothing's
I'll give
gonna
you that.
happen. It's fine.
They
gonna
can
embrace
make
it.
sense for a reason. Maybe
Yeah.
sometimes that reason.
I'm gonna message Tempest and be like, bro,
For Caps, we'll keep
Caps
it simple.
pick
If you've watched
Yone.
International in the last 2 years, you know Blade of the Rune King. Always the thing to keep an eye out for on the
I
Yone as
say
well as level 13,
OMG
pretty important.
fam. Caps
Max
pick
rank on the E, lower
Yone.
cooldown, higher damage amp. Caps just trying to contest a bit of vision, but Duro's exactly where he needs to be.
Next Drake is coming up. Do think that Gen G is going to be a lot more proactive about contesting this. A single Drake, not that big a deal. They also did get the grubs in the extended trade, right? Took a couple of minutes, but they did secure that. They also secured the lead for Keen towards the top side of the map. But particularly when you have this crocodile,
I'm
you
eating
wanna
some
fight early,
cake.
as Keen has found Broken Blade.
Good
I'm eating
initial
some
trade.
cake. My
Dominus
birthday's
popped.
tomorrow, so I bought me some birthday
Popping
cakes.
ulti as well for the extra resistance. Caps push back. Will take a tower shot.
Okay, nice. Nice from both
Not
of
an
them.
overall trade though. So potentially a window that Caps can try and capitalize on, but it's so
I
tough
think
against
the-
an
yeah.
experienced player, especially
Honestly,
with
the
already.
Zero ulti,
Starting this, and Keen still
I
has
guess it
TP
was to
available,
get
so does
him off of
Broken
him,
Blade,
but
he's going to go for a base now. Gen G, I think, looking for the contest. Wave in mid is crashing.
thank you,
Chovy's on his way.
Terry.
Can he find a way into the pit? Lebrov.
Thank you,
Locked
thank
up
you.
for a moment. Maokai ulti over the wall.
I think you said your brother's birthday was tomorrow too, right? Oh,
Knock up coming through as well. Ruler's trying to back off, but they're getting lower and lower, calling over the wall, but Ruler's in no man's land. And finally, Keen has come through, but the tower finishes the job. The kill goes to Lebrov. Ultimately, it's the Drake for G2.
Massive win there for G2, rather. It's the combination of that Maokai together with Caps, finding multiple people, and Gen G just straight up caught off guard as Caps is fine, holding onto his flash as well. Cool cucumber there. The Drake goes to D2 because obviously they were first to the objective, but they get the TP from Keen as well as a favorable trait when it comes to the kills.
I don't.
Definitely. Unfortunately, that gold advantage does go to Lebrov. It means a quick early locket, which will help mitigate some of that upfront burst damage. Keen only getting stronger in the context of the 1v1, but that was kind of awkward. That was a bit of a weird play.
That was.
I
That was.
think
I'm a
Gen G not
little
respecting the setup
thrown
there.
for a loop.
G2 in a very good position with that.
Oh, your
Maokai ult. That's something you highlighted
mans.
in the
Okay,
game,
okay,
right?
okay.
Use
Well,
of
happy
execution
early
for this
birthday to
composition.
your
It was
mans.
the ult difference. The fact
Thank
that
you,
Caps still has ultimate
Noelia.
available.
I
Yes, Jovi
appreciate
chunked
you.
it, but it doesn't
Look at
quite
this,
matter
bro.
as much here. They're also too quick on the trigger on that ultimate, so that Caps has a beautiful setup.
Caps?
Lebrov follows up immediately. 3 men knock up, and then by the time Chovy arrives, already too late, really. Same for Keen, gets an exit kill, but you're not really going to be too happy about that. Early skirmish, going the way of G2, and I'm going to also be fair, you need those.
I'm a little.
Big confidence there from the side of G2 as Broken Blade and Keen now going toe-to-toe once again. You mentioned it before, but
I'm not stressed though, cause hear me out. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something for real though. For real though. Remember,
Quick Q,
Gen G, or sorry, G2 has already had
So
3 days.
don't think Keen wanted to take the risk
They've
to go
already
in. If
had
Maokai is there,
3
obviously he can be in
days
big
of
trouble.
playing on this stage.
As I was
Okay,
saying,
they
I do
are
also think
warmed
as
up.
G2,
Oh my
you
gosh,
need to get these early
I'm
leads
so
as
sorry
many as
about
you
the
can.
music, y'all.
Femtech
I forgot
Drake,
about that.
Not really what you're looking for if this is a mountain, right? If this
what
is
I was
a
saying
Hextech, I
was,
think you're going to be feeling a lot better
there
about the 2
has
Drake lead.
been
But any
3
lead you can get
days
against Gen G early feels
of
like a necessity because
games
of how
that
inevitable this team is
G2
being
has
and how
already
hard it has
played
been
of
to
best
actually
of
take them
fives.
down.
Of best of fives. So they have played so many games on this stage already. They've been warmed up. They've already like gotten rid of the nerves, all of that. Gen G just touched down in Canada, I believe yesterday.
Manages to live. Gen G though with control of the mid lane.
I believe it was literally yesterday when they touched down.
A lot of members there.
So like, I also want to just say like,
Caps does live.
G2 kind of has the advantage right now.
Still has the damage. Nasher's done. So those orders
Also,
can come
I think
through. There can still be a
No, the flight would have
colossal
been
menace, and despite the kill lead, we do
longer
see
for
Gen
G2
as they
than
always do,
Korea, I
slowly
think.
inching forward in gold lead. It's these continuous
That's neither here nor
side lane
there.
waves, these crashes that come through.
G2
Even in
has the
previous
advantage.
play,
So maybe they're just
yes,
a little bit
G2
more
was able to
warmed up.
find a good fight, but they did lose a full wave because
They
Caps
might
dropped
take
the
this
wave
first
to go
game.
help
I mean,
set up
we're
the
only
fight.
13 minutes, 14 minutes
Off to
in,
find those
so.
advantages, and you can see in the mid lane the gold looks close, but it's because of the kills and assists.
What's up,
Chovy,
Shadow?
as expected, living up to his namesake with almost 20 CS advantage.
Thank y'all for
although
letting me
will
know
lose a
about
bit to
the
tower
music,
here
though.
as he's decided to move up to the top lane. Of course, one of the strengths of G2, if they find a lead, is these side laners, but because Gen G already got the early grubs, some of that threat to the towers is at least mitigated. And now, as you highlighted,
Yo, thank you for the
stacking,
follow.
an easy avenue for G2
How are
to
you
try
doing
and
today?
force a fight on their terms if they can keep that control. And Caps, with this extra lifesteal, you can see really starting to hurt.
Really does. As ruler, this spot he is
Facts.
somewhat notorious for. Needs to
Block
be
that
careful.
bang.
Has been one of his
Even
biggest
though they
weaknesses,
have those 2 extra
really
kills,
within the
y'all.
context of his career, but
Look at the
specifically in
CS
this year, I feel like
differences.
it's happened even more, getting caught on the ruler spot just on a mid wave.
Look at the CS
using a dash
differences.
forward when you're not allowed to.
There's
as
a
they go in
20
on LeBron,
CS
but that's
diff
Rakan.
in mid lane.
So Canyon not going to be able to really do anything. And this is
Look
I
at
do
top
think
lane.
where
There's
we
a
see the fact
30
that Canyon
CS
needs to see his
diff
wind up, needs to get free
in
orders
top
off.
lane.
The other member of his team that has CC that's reliable is
What I
Duro,
tell y'all all the
with
time,
Braum.
farm is guaranteed
So, I
gold.
mean, enough said, right? No one needs you to explain that.
Guaranteed.
We've all played Braum. We know what it's like.
As long as you
Ruler,
get
though,
your
quick
farm,
call lane.
babes, you are
This is the
winning.
power of
You
the
are
pick, especially
scaling.
as we get closer to that level 11 mark.
Thank you,
more items under his belt with some
Quentin.
poke. So does Herald secured. Control of mid, leveraged, Gen G threatening. And while, yes, if they're trying to find those picks, those quick engages, they don't have the best tools. If they get set up first on an objective, fighting into Braum and a Zir and a Renekton,
Because if you farm, them kills gonna come.
Need to find a way
Them
to be
kills gonna
ahead.
come, 'cause you
Last
gonna
time I
have
mentioned before,
guaranteed
sacrificing
items.
waves, being willing to give up a bit of CS, a bit of gold to be first on the objective. In the long run, can
No,
come back to
literally,
bite you. It's
Shadow.
definitely an option for G2.
Gen G this time set up first in the river. If it isn't for Caps getting one of the big engages, is it actually kind of hard for them to also get on top of Gen G? The disengage is really good with that Braum. Duro is already a little bit low. Is keen. TP's in. Possibility
right.
for a soap win here for G2.
Set up
I wanna
onto
see
the
how
side.
Caps use
G2
his
second on the
ult.
objective, but here comes the Maokai ultimate. Ruler sidestepping. Crucially, Caps looking for the knockup, but already going in is Keen on the side, and he's going to get cut down. Knock to the backside is LeBron. Bob onto Chovy. The Azir gone. Damage deleted. G2 find another fight by the Drake.
And Gen G get caught sleeping. King goes way too deep. No one there to back him up. And that's soul point secured here for G2. Another bunch of kills going over. As we take another look here, you see again the power of that CC, the Maokai ult just getting so
it's the warm-up
much
game.
value, splitting up the fight, and it's
It's
a
the warm-up
segmented
game. It's the
engage.
warm-up
First
game.
Broken Blade goes in, gets some cooldowns, and then Keen just a little bit too far forward. The rest of the team is clearly more occupied with taking the dragon, and then right there, the fact that LeBron
Okay,
gets on top of
but you know what
Joe,
I
he
just
charms
noticed?
him and sets him up
Caps
for
used
a
his
great
Q
ultimate
to knock
from
up,
Caps. Really big
and
deal.
then
Quick play on the
ulti to
sideline,
chain
Caps.
CC.
Snaps through. We'll be able to pull back, flash away. Q3 still living for a moment, but Chovy gets the job done.
There we go,
Shut down for
Chovy.
Gen G.
I ain't never rooted for Chovy a
Definitely
day of my
necessary
life.
there for Gen G. Caps and kind of running the game so far. Kill going over to the Azir. That also is going to be the
Chovy said, "You're not getting away, babes."
Well for Gen G. That was
Bring that here.
back to back. Honestly, great fights from G2. But as Hanwha Life learned as well, actually taking down Gen D.
Okay.
A lot more where that came from.
JT, that's a very
Maokai
good
and the
point.
Yone.
Because
That
I've noticed
combo
that with
so
a
far
lot
has
of
proven
Korean
deadly.
teams.
And Gen G.
Korean teams can drop the first game
Soul on the line.
and then come back
3.5
in game 2,
minutes,
3,
getting
4
closer to
and be
Otacon as well.
iron.
Caps off to a
Iron
tear,
walls.
despite the CS deficit.
Because
Doing a
they
lot of
like
work
learn
here.
your play style and then they
I think for
adapt
G2,
and they counter
coming out
you
of those interviews, we
hard.
expected some progress, some improvement, but already a much
So
stronger
hard.
start to this series than I think any of the ones that they played in play-ins. But that said, a strong start against Gen G, as you highlighted, is not enough. They need to play flawlessly. They can't afford to let Chovy just continue to accrue this gold, because it doesn't matter how many kills Caps has if Chovy's just getting more items.
Clock that.
Still a
Clock
big
that
deal,
right
though,
there.
right? Yes, Gen G have had slow starts at tournaments before.
You
Not
bet
something
1K to
that we
G2 wins
are
one
not used
map.
to seeing
You
from
mean like game?
particularly LeBron
Like
in
one
this
game?
first game.
Random, thank you so
I
much
think
for
a
the
really
Twitch
rough
Prime
play
and the
from
5
Chim
months
Chim.
of support.
Hope
Hope you're having a good day today.
But thus far, 100% kill participation here on the Rakan. Been a large part of
no,
many of the plays thus
Bounce.
far as
What'd
mid
you
lane now being
cook?
sieged here by Genji.
Hansama stepping up, laying down the hail of arrows. His Broken Blade lays a bit of damage down, but tanks 2 tower shots. Definitely
it's
not ideal.
Chim
Keen keeping the fight
Chim?
going. Broken Blade can't afford to
It's
stick around. The AoE damage is going to hurt, but
Chim
Skewmon coming in.
Oh,
And the
that's
blink of an
tough.
eye offers an exit and a quick death for Keen.
That's tough.
Again, he sees a tasty food for the crocodile, and guess what? It was bait all along. Broken Blade finds his teammate Skewmon arriving.
I don't
in
know,
a
Killa.
perfect
I
moment of
really
time, and
don't.
Notably,
We'll have to
if
see how
Keen
the
doesn't
games
go
go.
for that and just stays near his turret, it's a win for Genji. They get the mid lane turret. The siege with the Herald is successful, but instead, basically an even trade, keeps the gold even. And in about 1:50, we are going to get to that possible soul fight at like close to 20 minutes.
True, but if there's one man who might be able to make enough money to get enough items to make the difference, it's Chovy. As you can see the coin base gold graph here.
What was that change in point of view? I'm so confused.
Power farming on the side lane, close to what looks like a Rylai's second.
Oh, did he announce that he's leaving? Did he say
Just
why?
finish it now. That's a big deal. Looking at the item finishes, not quite there yet for Broken Blade.
Oh,
Despite
Bounce.
the kills that he's been able to pick up, not quite there yet for
I'm
Caps.
sorry,
with Ruler,
fam.
Chovy, both sitting on 2. We'll see if
Do
that
you have
makes
anything
the
you
difference, 'cause thus far,
can make as an
G2
alternative?
have had much better team fights here in the 5v5.
And I think a lot of it for the side of Gen G comes down to, can they get set up first? In the previous fight, the
I
answer was
see,
yes,
Cupcake.
but the Maokai still able to make the difference. The Yone still there, but they've got more items under their belt now. The threat of a culling. G2 have to be careful.
Are they going to just start this?
He's been in
Cooldowns.
Korea for a while,
Wouldn't
yeah.
surprise me. Bot wave being pushed out. 2 item spikes are there. It looks like Gen G want to,
Power
at
to
the
cover as
very
well.
least, get that TP.
Caps snapping.
Oh,
Y'all, we
down.
gonna get a fight here.
Recalling. G2 have made the call.
We
it
gonna
seems
get a
to
fight.
Give this one up. But
There's
no,
the TP.
the TP in from Jax. Caps recalling, buying an item. That's the ulti going in from the Maokai. They want to split it. They want to 50-50 it. Skewmon against Canyon. Who can get it?
He got it!
It's Canyon in the clutch.
But can they win the fight afterwards, or do they just get fully aced?
No, lives for an extra moment. The snapback will get it done. Q, knock up onto 2. Duro on the way out. Chovy with the pushback to hold the line. But Skewmon goes in one more time. They get the objective. They get what they came for, but they paid much more than they wanted to.
And Otacon turns your teams into paperbacks as Ruler just goes in, flashes out.
Ruler, why are you inting?
Nothing he can
Unbreakable there,
do.
waiting it out. Won't quite fade away in time. Caps a few more seconds. Hansama flash forward, wants to finish the job under Ruler. One more item will do it. The hail of arrows.
Oh my gosh, dude.
10
Nah,
to 2.
Ruler just
G2
into
with
that,
the
dude.
gold lead in game 1.
It's an ace.
Rob looking for the knockup. Toro next. It's an ace. It's a soul.
It's a complete blowout. 11-2 rather with a final kill. Otacon secured, Soul there as well.
This is why I don't root for nobody,
And
bro.
Gen.G,
Anytime I root
look
for
at how
somebody,
low these health
they
bars
just start
are here
inting, bro.
in the Massacre Priceless moment as they
They
get a
just start
2-for-1
inting.
deal.
I'm
The
rooting
fact
for
that Gen.G's trying to
Genji.
contest this when they basically
But
have
like,
0 resistance.
bro, what the frick?
Clearly speaks to their desperation.
Maybe
And the
one
fact
game, maybe
that
just one game.
Not only do they win this fight, but they get the soul on
This
top of it.
would be the
And it matters.
upset
The thing is, we often talk about
of
Chemtech,
the
it's
entire
one of the lowest
tournament.
priority souls, but you have a Jackson Ione on side lane. who are
This
going
and
to be fighting
FlyQuest.
These battles relatively
I was
low
gonna
health.
combo, but I saw a better also.
Caps keeping it casual. You can hear the confidence in his voice, the execution for G2. And again, Gen G got the objective. It cost them a lot. It really was Hansama in that fight. We weren't sure how much value Devaris was going to be able to get, but obviously connecting on those key targets consistently, and it's so hard for Gen G to find a way
It's
onto
vanilla
him
and
when their
squawberry.
backline is being dove repeatedly.
Two of my favorite things.
And looking at the items, 2 item spikes now there for G2. With the Chemtech, they're going to be even harder to
I
take
hope so,
down.
man.
Chovy.
Caps going in for the ult. Pushback is there. Well timed by Chovy. Ulti for ulti trade.
They got
Goes for
every
the
single
LeBron.
last
Tough here.
dragon.
Gen G trying to hold on to that mid lane tower. Still have the calling for Ruler if it comes to it.
All right,
Difficult for
Bounce. I hope
G2
you
to
get
advance
you
the
a
game.
good
They've
little
got a
dinner.
sizable lead, but item advantages haven't quite accumulated yet. Really, the biggest beneficiary of this entire situation is Broken Blade. The individual gold lead 1.2k. It was a difficult laning phase, down almost 20 CS at one point, But now hitting that 2-item threshold that you talked about, this is where he can really start to take off.
Across
I feel
the
like
map,
he's
by
already
way.
in the air. And Keen's just a crocodile, you know? He's seeing Jax soar in the sky. And Genji, seeing them fight their way out
All right,
of many
Noelia, get you some
situations that
sleep,
team
fam.
fighting is
Thank you
still
for
great, but
stopping
I wanna
by.
highlight, I don't think that this is one of those situations where you look at the scaling and you go, well, there's always, when you reach a certain breakpoint, obviously Azir is always going to be a threat. I think Renekton, much more than he used to be, always can get value in a fight if he can get on top of a big target, take them down. But I go back again to this Jax. Such an incredibly potent pick into basically every member on Genji. And then add to that the fact that he has the biggest lead in the game. Was, as we saw in the interview that you had with him, also, I think, again, justifiably criticized for having a really weak performance, but stepping up here today.
Yeah, we saw it last year in a lane swap meta. Broken Blade, way better stats. When all top laners were walking around just being farm bots. And this year, when he's allowed to lane 1v1, he's been falling behind and it's been falling apart. But this game, potentially the start of something new. I won't pretend that the early game stats were pretty. But holding on, finding a way to scale into this game is a big deal for G2's
He's
hopes here.
3-0 with 600 gold bounty.
LeBron caught out, not respecting the Mega Blast Cone.
There we go, Genji. We've been waiting on you. We've been waiting on you. It is 3-11, y'all.
Gonna try and play here.
Instantaneous TP.
It is 3-11. I just want to point that out.
Wanted to get another cooldown.
They have to.
Wow, they've closed those CS gaps, y'all.
Against a team like Genji, it's not over until the Nexus falls.
The poke is hitting though, look at the damage!
Sama, almost 6K in the last fight. How much will we get here? If the arrows keep connecting, this is going to be big. Duro's going to have to use the Unbreakable in a second. Taking his time, ulti into the midst of the pit. Skewmon to follow. Caps standing behind. Chovy goes golden buys for a second, but he just sells out Ruler. The pushback is massive for Chovy. The Azir is still alive. He's free hitting, but there's just too much damage. G2 shredding through Genji. Quick flash out from Chovy. Sliding to safety. Objective down.
At least Chovy has Baron.
Where everything falls apart for Genji.
Dude, what is happening?
Pretty sure that Duro had his spellbook.
I understand that they can take a game off, but I didn't think it'd be like this, bro. Yeah, it's just game one, but dang, dude. I didn't think it was gonna be like this.
The damage is already done here at the beginning of this play, and even though Caps doesn't quite find the mark, Chovy finds a stopwatch. It doesn't matter, because again, Broken Blade on this Jax immediately gets onto the back line. And Genji, they just don't have the stats, right? Chovy doesn't have the damage. If he has a death cap, then maybe Keen desperately tries to get a kill back, but Caps with the shield bow says, no thank you.
Perhaps a whoopsie indicator, perhaps just an itchy head. We'll never know. Of course, for Genji,
could be both.
A good moment of coordination for Canyon and Duro. Because if they didn't get that steal, if they lost
No,
that 50-50 in
literally,
that fight,
Munchie,
it would start to feel completely out of
literally.
hand for Genji. Caps has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Ruler really starting to hurt. We're 50 seconds away from
Munchie, what time is it for you? Is it like 1
taking space up in Genji's jungle.
3 a.m.?
And G2, I think the only way that this game truly gets out of your control, because despite everything, the Baron buff really not going to get a ton
Don't
of value.
forget to get you some sleep, fam. I'm not trying to keep you up all night. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
That's all you need to stay away from. You can set up baits, and we see right now they're setting up a ton of vision here towards the brush.
Braum is overrated. You don't like a little Braum?
They're on red side, or at the red buff rather. And look at that. That's not even including the
Canyon
saplings that I'm sure Skewmon
is
is going to be thrown
crazy.
down. And you can see Genji, map shrouded in darkness.
All of Genji is down farm except for top lane, dude. Oh, and support, but like.
Cap stepping up, but heal there.
I appreciate you, fam. Yeah, no, I bet it runs at crazy hours for y'all now.
So Genji happy to play this slow. Use the prio. Use access to the bottom lane to move in and take some of this vision.
Munchie, when I was streaming First Stand, was it during normal hours for you? Like regular, like it was like morning time for you, right?
A little bit of AP in the build from Skewmon.
But not degen? Okay, gotcha.
Might be 2 items, so still have to respect a little
I feel like Europe
and I talked about the lack of AP, but not only
in the
injuries,
prime
but also the
position
right? So it is actually
for time
pretty big deal, the
zones
damage that comes through
outside of the US.
Trying to gain access,
So like when it's in Korea, when it's in China, y'all are chilling. When it's in EU, y'all are chilling. But like when it's in the US, you're
oh,
you like me, huh?
Makes the Maokai
And then
Fione
the
all
US is
powerful.
the
Both
opposite.
bullets used, traded back.
Yo,
The quick
TikTok,
snap
thank y'all
out
so
from
much for
Caps. He
liking
still
the
has an
live.
ulti of his own. Broken Blade in the midst of the team. Backing away. 6K.
Yeah, when it's
The
in
Elder
A,
starts to reset.
like
You don't
when it's
wanna
in
take a
China, when
50-50
it's in
against
Korea,
Canyon.
you're screwed. When it's in EU, it's
Just
like
pull off. Genji
okay,
looking to teleport
but
Key
like
back
it
in.
can get
Starrick's still
late.
available. Duro is low. There's no smite on Labrov right now, so this would just be a straight up 50-50.
G2 are stone cold.
Yo,
Looks like they might
Duro,
have found the
chill,
angle.
chill,
Lockup
chill.
is there, immediate fall from
Chovy's
Labrov. Chovy's not gonna have a
dead.
chance
They're
to respond.
gonna, yeah.
Flawless. Hans
He
on a
had no hope.
rampage. G2 finding the
I think
angle.
this game has
The
kind of
patience,
spiraled out
the
of
discipline
control.
around the objective, unseen
Oh,
and
Caps
playing.
used his ulti as a gap
Roaring
closer.
out on the main
I see
stage,
it
but it's
now. I
Labrov
see
again,
it.
Overeager.
I see it
The
all.
Elder still critical.
Thanks to
Untaken.
Tempest.
For now, uncontested.
Yo, Anti,
Canyon
thank
on
you so
vision.
much for the
Obviously
10
gonna try and look for
ones
the steal.
in the
I don't think he
heart
should be
me.
allowed to
I
approach this.
appreciate you,
Broken Blade
fam.
standing guard.
But it's a 2. Broken Blade has to
I
retreat.
see it.
Hans getting some poke down.
I see
Canyon
it
with the
now.
flash. 5K. Caps going for the knockup. Everything used to deny this jungler access. But now no one's on the objective. No one's on the Drake. They're taking their time. Keen slowly burnt down.
That's gonna be
Dragon set to fall as well. Keen running for his life. G2.
Dude,
Soul.
this is wild.
Elder, 7K.
This is low-key wild.
This is gonna, because of the delays, also set up the next Baron, I'm sure, is Chovy. Goes for an early Zhonya's, and Labrov says, thank you very much. Ready with the charm. No opportunity, didn't have the flash available, so was just kind of cooked the moment he pressed that button. And then Caps ensures the follow-up. Ruler stays alive for a little bit, but in the end, Labrov does get him. And that's a worthy trade. No Ruler means so much damage gone, and yeah, that's going to be the face of a lot of Genji fans right there as this game number 1.
2 minutes on Elder.
Yo, thank you so much, F, for the 10.
Obviously, have pulled a lot of rabbits out of a lot of hats, made a lot of miracles happen, but
I
come on.
appreciate you, but
6K
babe.
gold, Elder.
Thank you,
G2
thank
might not
you.
be the favorites in the series, but it's feeling like a slam dunk here in game 1.
Well, particularly given how the fights played out, right? All fights, I think, have been G2 favored. It's again that topside trio. Hans doing an incredible job of supporting, softening them up, but it's Broken Blade jumping in, Caps finding the ultimates. And Scuman with the setup is now Elder. Still another minute, and Genji, they can't really do anything. They're just gonna have to give up a good amount of objectives, and again, 20 seconds till that Baron
Wait,
is up
Bruno,
here.
how many
And
rolls
G2,
did it take you?
Unless something absolutely ballistic happens, should be looking at a game 1 lead here.
He was just watching his
Blade
pick
staying
on
in the way,
points go
quick
away.
stun.
It's
More
just
top
the
over
first
wall.
game.
Genji trying to collapse
It's just the
somewhere, looks
first
for an
game.
angle, but it does cost him a bit of
Wait,
damage on the
Bruno,
top side
that's
tower 'cause
actually,
it's
like,
only Keen
so
left to
little.
defend it.
45 seconds.
TP coming in, matched immediately by Caps. That's the ulti out from Skumon. Push back from Chovy, a solid start, but Ruler, the calling goes completely wide. Caps over the wall, looking to find a man, looking to find the knockup, but Canyon is untouched for now. G2.
Can anybody raise their hand and answer why we're fighting while they have Elder Dragon?
Leaping forward, Ruler can't get it done.
Can anybody raise their hand and tell us why we're
in
fighting when the
game 1.
enemy team has Elder?
Not a single person predicting in their favor on the desk.
Anybody?
But they managed to find a way.
Any
And
hands?
the confidence on this lineup as
Oh, they want the game to be over.
as they draw
Gotcha.
first
Okay, well,
blood in this best of
they did
5.
that.
Absolute
1 out of 20K
smackdown
fast
Dracos.
return. Not you
During the
remember.
first game, Genji, it starts off rough. and only
No
gets worse from
way
there.
they
The
take
early
2
fights
games
for
off.
G2. Caps dropping a wave
Right.
left to right. Who cares?
Moon, thank you so much for the heart me. Hope
When
you're having a
that's
good
the
day
fight that you
today.
bring.
No way they take
Unexpected.
2
G2
games
showing up
off,
in form. Genji
right?
not able to match. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down that game 1.
18-0. Who? This is G2, baby. They come out swinging in game 1. And I know, the Lulu is the Salulu sometimes. Sometimes you gotta believe in every single engage, in every single fight, and in yourself. And that's what
The
G2 did.
Lulu is the
I
Salulu.
am mind blown. I genuinely didn't. I thought this was going to be a quick 3-0 day.
Yeah,
G2 looked awful in the play-in stage, and then in game 1.
Yes,
they
can we
looked
please see a
crisp
Samira
as
cat?
hell. A lot
lot of people are going to be canceling dinner reservations. This is going to go a long one. It was not just Caps,
No, literally,
it
the
was
way
the
everybody
whole
probably
team.
thought this was going to be a quick one.
Maokai finding a great engage. LeBron James, by the way, props to him. His recon
Oh,
was
I'm not the
crazy.
only one
It's
making
a
the
little bit
LeBron
small, but if you
James
zoom in, you see the actual jersey
jokes.
itself. But it was such an amazing game.
Yeah, all the things I think we criticized them for before are things that came together in this one, right? When you look
100%.
at Broken Blade's performance, when you look at kind of the bot lane overall, but the whole team, what was the X factor in this game? Like, how did they pull it off?
I think it was
So I
Varus.
think they came in with a very solid plan, a very safe draft, a lot of comfort picks. Yone Caps in particular
4
into
to
the
22,
Azir, a matchup
dude.
he's super comfortable on. There was an early
What
swap that
the
came through from
frick?
Genji, where we started to see the gold very quickly shift in Genji's favor. But you said in the start shocks,
What the frick?
confidence.
I'm
G2
paused.
was
Thank you so
playing
much
with
for the
nothing
gifted
but
sub.
confidence
I
every
appreciate you,
single
fam.
What did we say in the beginning for Genji? It's
All
their
right, let's
tournament
see.
to lose and every single game to
Um,
lose because everyone's
are y'all
looking at
ready
them
to
as
tilt
the
yourselves?
team to beat. For G2, a little thing can be a spark, as we saw in this game.
Yeah, I need
100%.
all of y'all to lock in.
Like MSI or Worlds, the question
Kelvin,
is, what does play-ins
I need
mean
you to
for
lock in, bro.
And so it really was
Both of
about
these teams
them
I've never
locking
cheered for
in.
before.
And that's why, thank you to the
So
reliable
I'm gonna
Cisco
need
network. Every
I'm gonna need them to
second
lock
counts.
in.
G2 was locked in for a lot of these fights. The Baron
Yeah,
fight was
they
a
were.
big one.
And this one I gotta say, because we looked at kind of Lebrov here, he goes a little too far. That's, by the way, that's probably the only mistake he made this game. So G2 are up against it 4v5.
But maybe Genji comes back in game 2 and embarrasses them. So we'll see. All right, let's lodal, y'all. Let's lodal. Let's lodal. Let's lodal. Lodal. Hoo-hoo. Let's do Jinx. Okay, they're probably human. They're human ranged and male. Lucian. Okay, they're half human and something else. And either from Demacia or Shadow Isles. I didn't know he was from the Shadow Isles. The Shadow Isles is where like Thresh and them are, right? Varus is from the Void. But he came out before Lucian. Oh, wow. A male who isn't an ADC is half human and came from the Shadow Isles earlier than 2013. And does not use... There's other options. What are the ninjas? Is there a ranged male? Kennen. Kennen is from Ionia though. All of the ninjas are from Ionia, so that probably won't work. Thresh isn't half human though. Vladimir. He is ranged. He does not use mana. I don't know if he's half human. I don't know what that is. Sure, I'll try Vlad. Oh, so you're like that. Oh, so you're like that. Okay, got it. I used to have rivals. Now I have business partners. That sounds like corporate mundo. I don't know who else that could be. Who else be doing business in League of Legends? Oh, Renata. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Solid. Let me turn this down so it doesn't blast our ears.
I used to have rivals. Now I have business partners.
Slay, sis. I like how it sounds like she has her mask on. Do y'all see how I turned that down to 13 and it was still so loud? Imagine if it was at full.
I used to have rivals. Now I have business partners.
Slay, mamas. Is that Xin Zhao? I don't think that's Aphelios. I think this is Xin Zhao.
Let's go.
Type beat. Now, what ability is it? I couldn't tell you. Dang. Yeah, I don't play that man. The only reason why I know it is because I played him when I was at Riot with the NA team, like T1, LS, Mayumi. Who is a rock climber? Talon? Hey, Tybee. Bro, sometimes they be zooming you into like the randomest things, but right now they say, here's your Tristana, bro. Well, that was easy. All right, let me see if I can get today's clue. Dang. Well, we tried, guys. All right. Let's get you said the Korean word of the day gonna be hard, so we're gonna start with the Spanish. All right, the Spanish word of the day is chiflar. Chiflar. Is there CH in Spanish? Yes, chiflar.
Chiflar.
Why is that so freaking loud? Like, why did that hurt my ears, dude? I swear, people do not like fine tune their volume. Chiflar.
Chiflar.
Chiflar. From what I know of this word, it means to whistle.
Chiflar.
Chiflar. Me chifla esta canción.
Me chifla esta canción.
Me chifla esta canción. Period. But it can also mean to whistle. Y'all starting to make me think that this website is not good for Spanish, low key. My Spanish speakers always let me know, like, you know, you could grrr more the R, like grrr, grrr, chiflar, chiflar, me chifla esta canción. Yeah, I like that one. We're gonna have to save this one. I'm crazy about this song. Like, I really like this song. You know, when Heated comes on, me chifla esta canción. You know what I'm saying? Why it sound French or something? Chiflar? I couldn't tell you, Pookie. Oh, Medin, I love your profile picture. All right. Me chifla esta canción. Period. I'm scared. I'm scared and intimidated. Yo, thank you for the follow, Mr. Beast Makar. Oh, Mrs. Beast Makar. Mi chiflar está en mi novia. You're crazy about your wife. Period. It's giving bilingual. Okay. The Korean word of the day is choonhada. 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 It's un. Choonhada. Choonhada.
Choonhada.
Period. To advise. This Korean is so textbook Korean. Bestie, I don't know what else to do. I gotta learn somehow. I really do. I really do. Okay, Reagan Unni. All right. Okay. Okay. The sentence of the day. Lisa, which means doctor, that doctor. 의사는 아기 돌보는. I don't know what 돌보는 is. It's gotta be baby, right? But I thought baby was eggy. 돌보는 bubble. Bubble. 그는 그녀에게 조언했습니다. So this is doctor. Oh, 아기. This might be baby. What is 돌보는 though? 돌보는 bubble. Nouns go first. Yes. The doctor. Baby. I want to look up what this means. Okay, we're not back. Google Translate. Ah, so this must be if I did. Okay. 돌보다 is to take care of. Slay. So to take care, baby. I thought this was foot, low key. Am I tripping? No, that's power. The law. So that must be like how. 그녀에게. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I have to like know the whole entire sentence like piece by piece so I can understand it. To her. 그녀에게 조언했습니다. 그 의사는 아기 돌보는 법을 그녀에게 조언했습니다. All right. Dude, my TikTok keeps trying to take down me speaking Korean. It's saying that I'm producing unoriginal content. It literally thinks I am speaking Korean. It probably thinks I'm speaking like I'm like a Korean newscaster or something. That's how good my Korean is. It's trying to take my TikTok down right now.
그 의사는 아기 돌보는 법을 그녀에게 조언했습니다.
그녀에게 조언했습니다. Very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I agree. Oh, we're back in. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the Korean and Spanish word of the day on the side.
Very few players in the world.
Little Sproutsy coming in with the 11 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, love. Hope you're having a great day today.
Have great performance on as well, but Canyon definitely had a
I think TikTok hates me low key.
I wonder if they're gonna repeat the Nidalee ban as well. If you're
Holy Grail coming in with the Twitch Prime and the 17 months of support. What's going on, fam? Did you see game one? Did you see game one, Holy? What the frick is going on?
Okay.
Someone needs to go back there and tell Chovy to lock the frick in.
Not something G2 are known for playing. A lot of teams are willing to risk giving it up.
All right, let's see something crazy, my boy. Oh, not Vi.
Will be the Vi. Reliable upfront engage.
Okay, let's see something crazy. Let's see something crazy, G2. They not gonna see nothing crazy. They gonna play so freaking textbook. I already know that G2 gonna play super duper textbook. No, literally cannot believe my eyes, fam. And the thing is, game one, Holy. The only explanation I have for this behavior is that G2 has already played 3 games or 3 days of best of 5s in MSI, so they're like warmed up, they're used to the stage, they're like the nerves are gone, all of that. I think that's the only reason why.
Some highlight moments.
Well, I don't want to say that's the only reason why. I don't want to make it sound like they're not good or whatever. But my birthday's tomorrow, Arch. My birthday's tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow, so I'm gonna need everyone to come to stream. And if you're not shaking or you're not throwing,
damage numbers kind of free to just take pot shots.
I'm gonna need you to stay home.
It looks like G2 might want to replicate some of that with the Senna, although
if you're not turned,
more time to come online.
I'm just gonna need you to keep your energy elsewhere. Okay? The music will be blasting. The vibes will be up. Okay? And we will be screaming, yelling, turning up for the whole entire day. Okay? Just want to let y'all know ahead of time. Period, Denny. Period. Are you supplying the drinks? I was thinking about it, but every time I do something like that,
on the side of Genji in the last game, not gonna want to give that one up.
I always end up leaking something, and I just don't think I want to do that. I don't think I've done a drinking stream in about 3 years for that very reason.
It'll be a return to the Tom Kench that we saw in plans. Champion that can
Protect yourself right now. No, literally.
Make sure to protect that key carry.
Every time when I first started streaming for like the first 2 years, I would do drinking streams. And yeah, I've just, you know, I also don't like showing alcohol on my stream just in case there's some little kiddies on here. I don't want any kiddies to think that you gotta drink to have fun. So I normally just don't put alcohol on my stream anywhere. What's going on, Kat? I am doing well. How are you? We've got the famous Senna Tom Kench bot lane. Who do y'all think we're gonna see for ADC for ruler? Yes, come on, birthday. It's your birthday. Yeah. Yeah. I need to wash my hair and straighten it for tomorrow. Because I will be. I will be cute tomorrow. You can just pretend it's juice. Yeah, I could honestly like just put it in the cup and nobody will know, but.
Conventional power pick. Someone, of course, on the side of Genji is going to be forced to blind.
We still haven't forgot about guy number 1 at SU. It's been 1 month and 2 weeks. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, maybe tomorrow is a good day for that. Did I tell y'all the story? Like, did I at least tell y'all what he said to me?
Also feeling very likely that Chovy is going to have to go for a blind pick here, so doesn't want to get hit with a Silas counter pick.
Did I at least tell y'all what he said to me?
Not on the ban list. Really the type of lane where you are just looking to absorb the punches.
I told you number 3. Okay, number 3 was like nothing. It was just like a random, a random
to get a nice matchup for the Rumble, but you risk that Silas. Yeah. Put in a position where
I don't know if I told y'all about number 1.
Everything off the board. More AP, more team fighting, upfront burst damage.
Wait, what'd you say, Munchie? Let's see.
Position to just pull the trigger and force these fights with this Aurora.
Can we play word of the days so for MSI, so whatever teams play, we do the word of the days for their region country? Oh, yo, that'd be crazy. So Korean and English? What's the English word of the day?
I'm not believing it. This makes way more sense. Yeah,
I wanted to believe it.
There's English for Portuguese speakers and English for Spanish speakers.
Of League of Legends. Jin, Rumble together, lay down the carpet, fall up with the curtains.
Playing Jin into Wukong-do.
The English word of the day for Spanish speakers is picturesque. The scene was very picturesque with many trees and flowers. Is that what I be sounding like when I be doing the Korean and Spanish word of the day? Because what the frick? Okay, so that was for Spanish speakers. What's for Portuguese? To try on. I'm trying on some pants.
And into a Tom Kench.
That's not too bad.
And given how the early game of game number 1 played out, I think Genji with this draft is going to be looking to try and secure early leads. This would have been game 1.
Oh,
would have been
Lord.
doubtful, but with G2 having a game performance or game 1 performance like that.
G2 isn't English, they're German? Really?
You wonder how this second draft is going to play
I thought G2 was Europe. Well, I know Germany is in. I think a lot of the EU teams are based in Germany.
Caps has that champion with agency. We've seen Rise already in this tournament be successful for him. Yone was another option. Tristana was the other pick that I really felt like he was able to impact the map.
It's probably different parts of Spain.
And of course, while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in to MSI. All you need to do is be logged
Not the
in and
TK
watching on
Senna
allsports.com.
again. No, I'm
Just for some of that
saying.
in-game loot.
Ah.
Don't just let it be the G2 fans making away like bandits today so far.
Also, I just want to say it's crazy you're keeping count of the days that it's been since that happened. I forgot about that. I still can't believe it happened. What that man said to me was wild. The whole thing was wild. Everything that happened during that conversation was freaking wild.
Has gone glacial, so some solid damage reduction, but of course.
Do you remember the word of the day from a few days ago? For which language?
And all this stuff, all this information is important. Chovy eating minions.
Canyon.
Spanish? La Niñez.
When you asked for that, I didn't think it would be so creepy.
It's good. You know,
Como?
every minion he can find, and in game number 1, clearly not enough. As
Gusto.
the top half, obviously unchanged from last
Usted
year.
La
Brewer and
Niñez.
Duro replacing Pace and La Hens.
Wouldn't it be
Brewer
Su Niñez?
swapping sides with Pace, of course, currently on JDG, where he was last year. Duro
Como
coming in hot
gusto? Usted
from
Su
Liv Sandbox.
Niñez.
And in this game number 2, the early fights from Gen G are going to be a really big deal. There is, as mentioned, a good amount of counter engage for G2, but I do think that compared to game number 1, the spikes feel like they will naturally come in way later. Obviously, Wukong spikes well on 6, and there are some capabilities if you get the early CC chain with the Realm Warp, or with the Rise getting to a lane, and then LeBron.
All I remember from today's
maybe hit some of that engage
Lisanen
Kench power. But
Agi.
both Rise and Senna generally do need a good amount of time. That's a level 2. Hit earlier here. Hero needs to be a little careful.
Very close. Of course, LeBron has already stacked up 3 of an acquired taste. Ruler not
Nice
quite
dodge.
Root connecting onto Doro. Find the knockup initially onto Lebrov. So good healing. Tom Kench base stats are incredibly powerful early, but that 4-shot for Ruler, extra healing coming in, will be traded
Is it
for
like
the barrier.
hugely different landfills?
Gen G, nice little early trade.
Lebrov hits that W. Might have been a different look, but Ruler is able to sidestep it. But I do think this is the
I
type of
was
lane
in
where you're
Spanish
expected to
class
just kinda hang
ever
back
since
anyway.
I was
Gen
like in
obviously
3rd
very
grade.
strong.
We always took like Spanish like in our curriculum back in North Carolina. And then I took it in high school once I moved to Atlanta. So like I feel like I know the basics, but when I got to college is when I started learning Korean. So like I just don't use it. But when I went to Colombia, I could understand people. I just couldn't respond to them. So anytime somebody would come to me and like try to talk to me and I didn't have like my chaperone, I could understand. I would speak back to them in probably broken sentences in the equivalent of a 4th grader in terms of Spanish, but I could understand.
Pretty controlled early on.
It felt crazy being able to like understand what people say.
Broken Blade much more comfortable in the early stages of this matchup on the top side than he was in the previous one.
Oh, so you Latina now. Okay. The thing is, like, when they said that they wanted me to go to Colombia, okay, there we go, Genji. There we go. When they told me that I would, they wanted to fly me to Colombia, I was like, oh, I'm going to South Carolina. Okay, period. A little trip next door. No, ma'am.
Careful to get his damage out before he
Country.
the taunt. Solid, good damage. Flashing to safety. Broken Blade chunked out.
I really did think I was going to Columbia, South Carolina. They said, do you have your passport ready? And I was like, passport? Baby, I could walk there. I could walk.
Justice punch out.
And they were like, no, ma'am.
Able to make it through. Disaster for G2 in the
They
first
said, no,
sequence of
ma'am.
play. Not able to find the cross map. This
You
first
will be
tower
going
dive
overseas.
So effortless.
Very straightforward there. Duro gets taken low.
Yeah, there's a lot of apps for it now.
There's just too much CC. As you can see, the vibe's good there as the TP comes in. Canyon maybe in trouble.
They really did get me
Rob sitting
together.
with the edge on the knockup. Canyon still only level 4. Flashing over the wall. Knockback onto Broken Blade. Duro using him as a taxi to try to make it out to safety. Doesn't have the Scuttle Crab in his favor though, so no extra movement speed. And he will get taken down. A nice little look from the side of
If
G2.
I remember correctly, they paid for a +1 that day. And they had me staying at the Four Seasons.
Canyon just
They had me staying at the Four Seasons in Colombia.
Nicely done by G2. Good punish.
Genji coach can what?
Kill back.
Can do what?
Able to find that return
Jay.
kill. Skewmon gets aggressive onto Chovy. Chovy just now ticking over to level 6. A lot of resources
Facts,
from G2
bang. The
leverage.
amount of people who are like,
Make sure the
do
Caps
not
get a
walk
decent
around with
recall.
your phone in your
Only has this
hand.
here thus far.
Do not put it in your pocket.
Broken Blade.
I got advised
The classic
so
awkward
many
AD
times
carry
by the
versus
natives.
Top laner matchup, although Duro's finally here.
Ruler going to be looking for the cancel. And you see Broken Blade has to play respectful because of the threat of Duro.
They do say that about London as well.
Should know that he is fine for now as in he goes.
Duro, nice Hex Flash, good combo. Taunt is there, but he wanted to auto attack anyway. Broken Blade a little bit tankier. Decent damage down onto Ruler. Now
Ruler,
following
you
up with
good?
Flash
Okay.
after safety
He
cannot
good, he
afford
good.
to get hit by that fourth shot. And he doesn't have perfect information. They've got good vision on the top side, but I don't think they've spotted Canyon, so he's just forced to
No,
recall.
because he's so fine.
around, ends up being
Are you
the
talking
right
about the
call.
head coach?
Confident enough that the vision,
The head
no one else is
coach?
there, or it could have been a quick dive.
I think we also saw Caps already rotate over. Doesn't have the realm warp available, so maybe in case they
I don't
do
have to
try
look
and
at this
look for a
man that you're talking
redive,
about.
could have gone there
Oh my gosh, I
before
want to go to
Chovy did.
Barcelona so bad.
Krugs this time around.
So
we do see
bad.
Genji compared to the previous game. I think cleaning up the laning phase, but we do see G2 again playing very heavily towards
Not
his
your
objectives and with the
ear,
swaps that is in
Shadow.
place. No shot that Genji is contesting this first Drake, so G2 going to take that one again. The fact that Skewmond also was the one that picked up the kill, I think pretty big deal. The Wukong snowballs insanely
I
well.
want to go so
Get
bad.
these early kills.
I really do
About
think
to hit
Spain
level
and
6
Greece are next up on my list.
What Genji get for their troubles is Krugs. Whereas G2 get a dragon. Gonna be feeling good about that trade.
True. If they stick around topside, they will be first on the grub spawn. They already have their bot lane there, so likely the G2 will be a wave behind. May need to concede some
Really,
minions if you wanna contest
landfills?
that objective, but it does feel a bit awkward. We saw how important Drake stacking was.
You
for
coming to
G2
Greece?
find
I want to
good
go to
fights.
Greece
It's not like they lack
so
tools to force
bad.
those same fights
So
in this
bad.
game too. But everything relatively quiet. Keen, small, gold lead. Ruler doing
Devin,
quite well,
we
given the kill.
met at Worlds in
Ensemble, of course, the
2024 in Korea, and we got to hang out a little bit. I really wish I could have hung out with her more, but yeah, we got to dance a little bit. We sat down and talked. We stayed at the same hotel. And it was a vibe.
See that spell book. Ensemble will be able to play a little bit more forward.
Skewmond.
Caps
on his way.
Trading.
Fair, holy.
Waiting.
I'm not gonna lie though, like I feel like
Ooh, I think they have suspicion with the
in
way that Caps is
Europe,
moving. Skewmond.
I didn't feel like I had like eyes on me. No, that's a lie. In France, bro, people would stare.
Chovy does have TP.
People would stare as I walked down the street.
G2 might just have to be happy
And I
with that
mean
as
like
consolation
breaking
prize. Skewmon
necks.
still sticking around, maybe hoping to find a steal. Ensemble at
People
least
would
getting
stare the
souls. Nice
house.
engage coming in from Duro. Lock up there onto the Wukong. Chovy's all goes in as well.
Okay.
Down goes Skewmon. Lebrov caught in the midst of the pit. Ensemble laying down a bit more shielding, and it looks like Vi will fall.
I need Chovy to do what Homeboy was doing on Aurora the other day. One shotting people. All right, Lebrov is dead. Nice, nice, nice.
Feet of war claimed by the side of
Not Ruler and Chovy were fighting for that kill.
It's a flip of the fight that we saw in the first game. This time, G2
Come on,
not
Portugal.
quite ready for the engage. As Duro flash engages on top of the Wukong, doesn't get the time to actually clone. And yes, Broken Blade tries to keep him alive. They trade Canyon, but if your fight starts off like this, I think Genji, these level 6 spikes are absolutely
Dude, I never posted my Worlds vlog. My Paris and London vlog.
Big win there
I need to post that. I keep forgetting to post it.
In game one.
It's exactly the same. The head tilt as well.
Same head tilt. Universal mid lane gesture. And I think this is concerning for the side of G2 because you can see that when they start to lose a fight, unlike the previous composition, they can't just overload with CC. And when you start to run from the Rumble Jhin comp, it's not going to go well for you.
Yeah, you can't really leave. Unfortunately, as Jhin, never going to allow that. Now, this is another one of those games, I think arguably even more pronounced than the first game, where G2 does always have the promise of a late game that I think will be very hard to match for Gen G. I do think Gen G have the type of composition where if you ever get a pick, you can basically always be relevant, but it should get harder and harder as Skumon and Canyon gonna meet. See if this leads to anything, but I think Skumon...
That's respect right there. That's respect.
Towards the top side of the map. But it's the mid game, right? It's now that these one-item spikes are being hit, Chovy has his Leandris, Ruler approaching his first item as well. The kills are going to help so much with accelerating those spikes for Gen G. It's going to make contesting a lot harder. In the last game, we saw G2 doing a really good job of stacking those early Drakes. This next Drake fight, I think, is already going to be a tough ask. But really, it's the subsequent ones where we're going to have to see them find a way to not get blown up.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Watch, as soon as I step away, they're gonna get in the biggest 5v5 fight, and then the game is going to end, even though it's 11 minutes, of course. But I'll be right back.
So, Caps can't just get those free trades. Chovy, much more tools to punish him if he sticks around too long. But still a scaling option, right? You got the tier, you got the catalyst. Still waiting on the Roa completion. Still waiting on magic resistance from the side of Broken Blade. But Youmu's completed for Ruler. Matched by an item for Han Sama, the static shiv to help clear out those waves. But again, outside of that brief moment on the top side, it's still been a relatively quiet game. 30 seconds on Mountain. Keen has the push, in a better position to maneuver, but has no TP.
Broken Blade can either look for the TP, but obviously also being Galio has a much easier time getting to his teammates as fast as possible. Do see Gen G already taking control. Aduro setting up vision. Ruler looking to push out, has his Yuma's done. One item spikes for the entirety of Gen G, and then you look across the board. We do have now, that's a really big spike there for Skumon. Thanks to the early kill, does get his Triforce. Caps isn't quite there yet though, and he doesn't have the TP available either, so we'll see if G2... I don't think they need to contest this dragon. I think they can hang back, but it's looking with the positioning like they're going to take a bit of a gamble here. There's a TP.
A bold call, TP, Galio on the way in.
No,
probably immediately
no
start
fights.
channeling taunt here, locked up. Beautiful CC layering, finds the taunt at Aduro. The stun kind of missing from the side of Ruler, doesn't connect the snare. Now the ulti from Chovy, G2 retreating, but they've effectively
Wait, did I miss a fight?
And Canyon's just now arriving. The equalizer's still there. The curtain call there. They got two ultis. But not much else to show for it as the equalizer is laid down. Canyon rooted up for a moment. Lebrov taken out. Gen G in the extended fight plays so well around their cooldowns.
The bathroom break taking so long. Gen G won game 2. God dang. They won the whole game.
Play elsewhere on the map. Decide to contest, and we called it the risk before, and now
Crazy
they
work.
are in a much rougher spot. The lead for Gen G starting to get bigger. 2K now. And the early dragon also.
Let's go, Gen G.
Not only that,
secure them pickings, baby.
Broken Blade is going to give a big window for Keen and Gen G to make.
Wait, are you serious? A fight actually broke out as soon as I left? You're freaking lying.
Broken Blade there was able to.
I'm going back in the VOD just to check. You're lying. What's going on, Yuke? How are you doing?
Starts falling as well.
No way. As soon as I left, there was an actual fight.
G2 actually hitting these mid to late game either stack or item spikes on Caps and Hansama is going to be.
Oh, as soon as I got back. Okay, okay. Yeah, I saw that.
And again, at this point, the solo laners
I saw that.
have very comfortable in those side lanes. The Vi is the potential setup as well for picks, along with the Jhin long range, can make things really tricky when it comes to these lane assignments.
Me chifla está Gen G. You know what I'm saying?
Caps
You beat
and
me.
Chovy matching each other wherever they can go, and Hansama only 27 stacks.
So we're rooting for Gen G. I have to. My pick'ems.
You can see Chovy repeatedly.
My pick'ems are set up that way. Oh, that would have been crazy.
Good amount of heavy
I would have been like, no freaking way, y'all.
Able to, as you highlight, be involved in almost all of the plays that Gen G have found. not necessarily the most impactful in the last fight, but it's 1-1 in Drakes. I do think that this is where G2 reaps the benefits of very early on, again, playing very heavily towards these Drakes. Ocean, though, I think can actually be a problem, particularly for G2, who, if you start falling behind the mid game, the enemy starts stacking a lot of Ocean Drakes, and you are not able to get the most out of this trio in jungle. Mid and AD carry could be tough as Canyon looking for play towards mid again. Herald is up. That's going to be what the teams are playing for.
Q flash clean from Canyon.
Oh my gosh. What a combo from Canyon.
Nice little mechanical play there from
Wow.
Canyon. You talked about it.
Can we run that back?
That lead. Almost 3,000 up. Finding that pick in the mid lane means they're going to have first access to this Herald. LeBron not on the recon. He has to be careful.
I want to know what combo that was, because that was wow.
Are going to let this one go.
Yes, you.
Really any cross map available,
true, they just outskilled them.
Maybe into a little bit of vision.
Truly. I think Genji might be warming up still. As you can see, they doing better in this game.
LeBron making sure he can get out, but knocked backwards. Could use the abyssal
My
dive,
thing is,
make it to safety, but
how can a
again, there was no
team look
counterplay
so
anywhere else on the map. Gen G
discombobulated in game 1 and then come back in game 2 15 minutes later and be a completely different team? How is that possible?
Big grenade.
Like, what did the coach say
If there was a dragon in
to make them pull this off? You know?
in a minute from now could be an angle, but
Plans after this match. We might play or I might go to sleep. It really depends on how many games we go to.
To actually get into a position to really friend
The monk mental.
Nicely collapsed on by Gen G.
Lock in. That's it. No other words, Charm.
The members see Chovy second
Backs twisted. True. Built different.
Gold lead on this Jin.
They threatened contract termination is insane.
Taking 30% for
The 24-hour practice if you don't get it together.
Also, when you have
know.
you still can't step into the gym.
I know they'd be tilted.
Caps.
I love that skin from Canyon though.
Nothing to do with that.
That is Canyon showing though. So G2
Such a nice legendary.
Skewmon faking.
I love the deft
Little S juke. Brav on the way down too. Can reset the tower aggro, but the wave will just get deleted.
Big thing here is that Duro is there. So the moment they spot him, I think you can see the call of the play. Don't want to do that when an Alistair is there. Could completely turn it around. Ooh, this is a possibility. To play towards mid. The top wave is getting demolished, and Chovy's going to get the free turret.
And what we have
Facts,
to remember in
boss.
this context is
I will not disagree with that.
Saw initially Canyon. He has not seen him since. Canyon not sloppy about showing on vision. Did his due diligence. So Caps, if he steps up there and Canyon is there, he dies immediately. He has to play with that fear. He has to play with that caution. And Canyon just backing in a bush earns Gen G a free tower.
Skewmon trying to get in the opponent's heads continuously as we do have the Herald being dropped.
G2.
I don't think it's going to get a charge off.
They see Chovy on the top side. They're not concerned. Excellent combo to kick things off. Equalizer
Oh, it's getting its charge off.
Looking to follow. LeBron resets the fight with the Devour. Gets a bit more space, but
Okay,
Gen G
we get the tower.
And now it's Chovy chasing through. Duro looking for another.
Whoa, Doro!
Finding the angle, but they're only hitting the tankiest members. Cap still stepping forward, looking for a bit more damage, but now the curtains have been called. Body blow.
Oh my gosh, he's
getting low.
freaking bobbing and weaving it.
G2 holding on for now, but they've lost priority. No! Ruler! Patience in the JDG logo!
What?
DTP, look at the flank.
Team? No, I'm flaming my team. I'm flaming my team after that, dude. I'm flaming my teammates. Why are you not standing in front of me?
Chovy locked up. Root there, he doesn't have the ulti to escape. Skewmon now trying to get out. Keen burning everybody! The Rumble alive! Ruler's only got 2 more shots! But it might not matter. One more bullet to come through. The root connecting. Ruler so damn fast. Chovy alive as well. G2
Oh my giggity gosh. 1 for 5. Ruler smurfed. Smurfed that. Oh my god. What the heck?
Missile voyage there. Q. Auto.
1,000 gold!
Yum, 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 yum.
That is a sated Kench, and that's not something we say often.
No. I wasn't particularly hungry for Heartsteel for this team, but hey, you get it a little sooner. A lot sooner.
If you agree, what does Interlations 2610 say? I'm gonna need the church to all in unison. If you agreed, you will agree. Okay, who am I flaming? If I'm Tom Kench, hold on, I want to see who I'm flaming. Okay, I'm flaming Wukong right there. I'm flaming Wukong, and then I'm flaming Han Sama and Skew. Nah, Wukong, nah, Wukong.
Finds him.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah, nah, bro. Yeah, no. No, I'm pissed. Oh my gosh. You can see that man physically fighting the negative thoughts. He was physically fighting the way he wanted to flame. You could see it.
It can start to slip away. You start to wonder what if
he wanted to say, yo, what the frick, bro? You could see it.
That is as production is highlighting here. That is a sated.
Oh my gosh.
Grind is Q just barely not going to hit, but now it's Han Sama who's been locked up. Han Sama who's getting picked in mid lane. Duro taking his sweet time trying to find more. Toby is there. G2 just wanted a couple creeps, and it might cost them their lives.
Skew.
This time they're playing it safe though.
Okay. It's the same exact low K. The same exact low K.
Doesn't have the info, doesn't have the ward over the wall this time, so not just gonna waste.
No way y'all let that man die again.
For G2. Again, in the fights we've seen Gen.G are playing better, but also they're catching.
Gotta stay professional with the teammates, facts.
And the steps that are just supposed to be
can't
pushed
get
away
out of
before we
hand.
do the thing. They're able to find those little advantages.
There's also Gen.G in their
No,
comfort zone,
literally
right? They
Twisted. I wish I could.
Really good level of control towards the top side.
I
chain starting
actually think I can.
Also almost getting caught.
But I have to put in interview requests 24 hours in advance.
And they do have the
and you
tools to
know,
keep them alive, obviously.
y'all know who I'm saving that for, you know. You know who I'm saying.
Well, but even look at the jungle.
Y'all know who I'm saying that thing for, you baby.
Gen.G are setting up 2 picks at the same time.
Just gotta wait for the ones, you know what I'm saying.
So many members.
Oh, Caps.
Who?
Forced to flash out. Gen.G happy with just that cooldown.
I don't know if you can tell.
They spotted Hans.
But
spotted Skewmond on that single ward.
I got a special
response from G2 is good though towards
special
the top
infatuation.
Labrov together with Skewmond is able to gain a semblance of control. Vision here, trying to ensure that this Otacon, which surely is going to be the next objective, unless Gen.G want to play more heavily towards
dude,
that possible
if I interview Faker on stream, I would PP my pants.
Talk about what is the stack situation, and
I would PP my pants.
I don't know if you've taken a gander yet.
Simply.
But Senna, just now getting close.
I would nervous PP my pants.
Not at all. And it's a struggle of this game, right? Senna
it'd be a dark day, but also the happiest day.
You rapidly stack up. You can follow your jungler around, but
I don't think I would be able to say the words to interview that man.
Getting close.
I would have the cue card.
Hitting both the level 15 and then
I would have the words on the cue card.
Or the final stack rather of the
and then I'd look at him and I'd say, Hamana. I don't think the words would come out.
Gen.G is going to give them time. We're going to need to see G2.
You gotta act cool and mysterious? No, literally.
Like the one that they found at the
I think the cool and mysteriousness would be me not talking.
On top of multiple members of Gen.G, like Caps did many times in the game number 1.
Now, would you try and speak Korean or English? I would try to speak English. I'd hit him with a gomapsanida at the end, maybe. Hit him with a thank you. But that's it. I'm not about to embarrass myself. Because I've done that before. I had my questions prepared in Korean when I was about to talk to Peanut, and then I completely forgot them. Everything. I walked up to him and I said,
Ruler waiting behind. Ruler with almost 3 items ready to go. Look at the damage.
and that was it. Okay. This looks a little scary. They're a little tanky, y'all.
The damage is there from the rise, but Ruler remains uncontested. 4th shot. A brief moment to reload.
Oh, they're coming in.
Wukong delivered. The Broken Blade out of mana. They can't find the engage. And out comes the ulti. It's Chovy on the side. Getting shot like fish in the barrel. Duro to follow through.
How? How is he threading these needles, dude? How is he threading these needles through the tallest or the smallest of eyes? Oh my gosh. Ruler, you are disgusting at League of Legends. What?
Maybe this is the opportunity to get that.
Are you kidding me?
Genji obviously invest everything towards the top side of the map, but
he said, yeah, that's what it feels like.
Well, the Heartsteel stack is secured, but I think Labrov would rather have his flash. At least he has the spell book as Ruler.
Oh my gosh.
In this game number 2.
I will never call that man that word ever.
Ways to fight on their terms.
I would rather straight face say thank you Zaddy to him before I say that word. I truly believe, and I will never say thank you Zaddy to him, but I would rather say that than that. Truly.
He can't do the damage, and the rest of his teammates won't really be able to do it without him. And then here, the slight over chase with that realm warp. Otherwise, I think they can back up.
How, man?
But into Jhin in particular.
Oh my gosh.
Don't get to do that as Duro finds the free man combo. But I think at that point, the fight already done, right? The moment
this is fair, Munchie. That is true. Munchie, are you cheering for G2?
Right chuckle there from Ruler. This game.
Are you cheering on for your EU brethren? Bro said karma. Uh-oh, Duro.
Oh, you got to pull the trigger on Nash, I imagine.
They got the rise. They can shred it so quickly. But their waves aren't in a good state. The threat of an equalizer in the pit.
I mean, I don't think it's great, but looks like they don't want to take the risk either.
Chovy.
Maybe trusting in the Hans.
No getting out of this one. Chovy damage coming through. Broken Blade wants to save the day, but Ruler just cannot miss in this game. Skewmon called out.
Dead, bro.
Fakes the stone.
Freaking dead. Munchie, what?
Caps who has to do the damage. Caps who cannot afford to be burnt down by Keen. LeBron buys him an extra
oh
moment,
my
but
gosh.
He's already there. Caps running for his life, but it's just not enough. Because in the midst of the fight, it is Ruler free.
Yo, guys, I think we gotta play some Jhin. I think we gotta lock in some Jhin.
12-1 on the Jhin, despite the attention paid in G2.
I think we need to play some Jhin games.
Try and look for any way to claw back into this game, but
he'll be the bait and the trap. Come on with it, Bang. Come on with it. Yeah.
Hurts like a truck,
yeah, no, he's eating.
So much damage.
Okay, so what did he go?
Really even there outside of the baseline
IE Gensu's RFC. Okay.
On a team with a rumble in the Jhin.
Okay. And
G2 want time.
I need to know what order, because it looks like he started IE. No, am I tripping?
Space the Genji are gonna give them.
As this play starts off with Hans getting caught.
He went Ghostblade IE RFC. Okay.
And they do immediately.
And by Gensu, I meant Ghostblade. They both start with a G. Come on.
Because if they have a little more damage here,
dude, the way Ruler sidesteps Tom Kinch, bro. The way Ruler sidesteps Tom Kinch, I gotta learn that. I gotta learn that. I gotta learn that. I noticed typically he walks towards him.
If you use that ulti, you know it's easy pickings for Canyon in the next fight. Caps on the side.
Chovy's pushing.
Yeah, Chovy is pushing. It's just 4 members. Chovy denying so much gold. Set to get this tower for free. The 3 grubs they secured earlier.
He did go Immortal Shield Bow.
They need a desperation play. Flash forward from Caps. Root under Ruler. Lockup coming in from Hansama. He might be vulnerable in the backside, but all that matters is killing this AD carry.
They got Jhin, but is it gonna be enough? Can they win the 4v4 that is left? And it doesn't look like they can. They use all of their resources for one guy, and it takes their entire team. It's a 2 for 5.
Walter and Chovy with the quadra.
And G2 with the TP, with the Realm Warp, they do find a ruler, but unfortunately the game has destabilized to the point where it just doesn't matter. Keen is toasting them 10 stacks or 10 stacks.
So this is day 1 of the bracket stage. So this is the first series of the bracket stage. The bracket stage is double elimination. So whoever loses this entire series will go to the losers bracket or the lower bracket. Nobody will go home. Once in the losers bracket, however, if you lose another series, that is the end of your days at MSI. Yeah, I've never liked the Senna Tom Kench pick. I think it's cheesy, I think it's fun, and I think it's like nice diversity from what we normally see. However, I really just don't think Senna is that girl when it comes to ADC. She's that girl, period. But I don't think she's that girl when it comes to ADC.
Forest damage stat from last game personally.
Lyquest plays tomorrow, DRW.
Doesn't even have penny, just went shield bow.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah, maybe in solo queue, but like professionally,
Too much of a beating.
I just,
Because of the state of the gold. Now Gen G2
I mean, they see Keria and Guma run it one time and they're like, you know what? Us next.
Caps does have Death Cap. If he can get a couple of rotations off, maybe that's something they can play towards, but everyone just goes down so quickly. These items on Gen G just hurt too much.
That they do.
Yeah,
Ocean Soul now
I
as
don't
well,
think they
making
know how
it
to
easier, a little bit
balance
closer
her.
to
I
what
think
they
they
feel
also
about
don't know how to
G2
balance
throw back at him.
Kaisa.
That's
Low
Canyon
key.
waiting off to the
I feel
side.
like Kaisa is a
Happy to
hard
trade
champ
his
for them
ultimate
to
for the cause
balance
if he
due
needs
to her
Equalizer
AP and
used.
AD
Gen G
ratios.
immediately pull the trigger, finding multiple members. The ults are beautiful, but it's
Okay.
broken blade with a 3-man knockup. Hansama for
Ruler,
now,
babe.
uncontested. Caps burned
Okay,
down.
well, he
Again,
hit the fourth
curtain
one.
call coming in.
He was trying to thread them needles again. That's game, babe.
By a single loss. Gen G
We're at 1-1.
one final moment, taking their time. Skewmon desperately trying to make the difference with the base in tatters in front of them.
We're at 1-1.
Gen G fire back in game 2.
I knew this was gonna happen. I knew it wasn't gonna be no stomp in favor of G2, bro.
Definitely been one of the most criticized members on his team, but in this one,
No shot.
I think there's going to be a lot of ammo because that Jin performance, absolutely ludicrous. Duro as well, the Alistair proving both as a pick away as well as a bona fide team fight tool. And G2, that dream of scaling was, I think, dashed pretty quickly. As unfortunately for G2, 1-1, but that means we still have a possible 3 games left, Dracos.
Dude,
Possibly.
being behind the scenes like this, like, I can't even imagine how long it took to set up everything and how many people they needed to help set up everything. Like,
Yeah, and I think we're back
and
to
there's
our
just so
originally
much
envisioned Gen G
like
whooping. That's all we
stuff on the
expected.
walls and
Coming
stuff
in,
that are
it looked
MSI
rough.
themed.
Now, a fan
Like,
gave me to, like,
Gen
this
G
here,
scrolled Twitter for 5 minutes after game 1.
yes, an amazing
So how
fan.
people were gassing,
They
saw how
envisioned this
people
was
were
gonna
gassing
happen.
G2 and decided to plug in the keyboards. Yeah. No, cause what the heck, man?
We gotta sing the praise of Gen G, I think, everywhere. But sometimes it's hard to pinpoint in that early game because when we were watching it, we saw there are some skirmishes here that could actually go G2's way. But
42,000 damage, by the way. I just want to point that out.
absolutely ballooned their gold lead.
The gold graph is a perfect
42,000
demonstration of Gen G.
damage.
It wasn't in the early game where they found those massive explosive fights.
Why did G2
It
pick
was
the
like
most
Death
useless
Blast
ADC
Alpha.
camp
They
and
would
not ban Jin?
slowly pick apart
Ambies,
everything that
when
G2
you
wanted to
find
do
out the
in
answer to
game.
that question,
They
please
built
let me
a
know, because I'm
advantage
still
before they just became unstoppable.
Yeah, I really enjoyed
I'm
the
still
setup from
confused.
Gen G in a
Why
lot
would
of
they
these
pick
fights. It made it
Senna Tom
very
Kench
difficult for G2 to walk into any situation. For me,
in that team
like,
comp?
yes, everyone's singing praises for Ruler. Ruler had a really good game, but it felt like Duro came in clutch too. His Alistar headbutt pulverized combo
Truly
really
holy.
made clear cut for the
Dude,
team who
Artemis
they were
was
forcing.
And I just
eating
gotta say,
down.
right? We know momentum is a
Eating
lot. There are
down.
moments where they end end up sniping Lebrov, and you just see him being. I've not often seen someone be that visibly frustrated in the game, and I just hope this doesn't touch their mental, because, like, if you're Gen G, you think game 1 was but a blip.
Yeah, you can tell that the stress is definitely getting to some of the G2 players.
Yeah.
But let's show how Gen G create that stress.
Can we see his frustration clip again? Because that man was fighting demons. That man was fighting demons during that moment.
Highlight on the minimap. As we start this clip off, you'll notice that the Rumble is already moving down. So the Galio is stuck on the top side of the map. And as the play continues, this means that Gen G has a stranglehold over the situation. G2 would love to fight, but we're going to pause the clip right here, and you're going to realize that this is a very awkward situation for G2 to be in.
I feel like when you're playing solo queue by yourself in your house and you get frustrated to that sense, like you can maybe let out like an "oh my gosh" or something, and that'll relieve a little bit of the stress. But that man can't curse his teammates out. He can't say anything because he's there on mic with them, on camera, in 4K, on stage. Like, I feel like having to hold that in, not being able to express your frustration and having to like bottle that up, I think that's why it was so frustrating. Oh, he's probably letting them have it right at this moment. You see how we don't see the G2 locker room right now? Oh, they getting an earful.
It happened in the Grubs fight. I just felt
They getting
like
an earful right now.
a massive factor within this game as well.
Absolutely. I think it's pivotal, and and you see why some people are just so incredibly good on Alistar, and others maybe.
Yeah, you can't AFK, none of that. Also, they say that EU is one of the most toxic regions. He might have some learned behaviors that he wanted to express there,
So for him to get this performance,
but isn't
of course,
able to.
and see if he can get it. Consequently, here at MSI, Vedi is a big talking point.
It certainly is, because especially when we look at game 1, we think back to that tri-brush play where he dashes over the wall and he basically gives G2 the ace, and people are like, this is Ruler getting caught. And
Is L9 really from EU?
The bot lane really did come up clutch.
The fact that there was a whole like gang in League of Legends
So you're Jin.
is crazy.
I'm the G2 member that's about to die because Jin is ulting.
Oh, yes.
You are the G2 person that's supposed to guard me, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
It was free. It was free. It was a free shot.
It happened a few times, but you gotta shake it off.
Yeah,
you gotta shake it off.
But also, Ruler was just on point.
If it happened those 2 times in the same location,
12, 13 kills.
holy moly, dude.
I mean, the exciting part for me is that something you said to me, Shox, was you didn't feel bad after that.
Really, Flugen? Is it that bad?
A massive EU fan. It's hard to feel bad when the series is 1-1 right now. We kind of leveled.
I've heard recon mid was a thing for a while.
Historically, best of 3.
Is it AP recon mid?
Not the best record for G2. But it's exciting to see now what the teams bring to the table, because we had a strong performance in game 1 from G2, a strong performance in game 2, and I imagine G2 is looking to go to the blue side and shake things up.
Let me see Lebrov, bruh.
Okay, well, end it there. They are on blue. It gives us a lot to
We're just
think
looking
about.
at Chovy and Caps. Show me Lebrov, bro.
Squared up. Let's see who gets to match point first after this.
If they find out you're French and EUS, they flame you hard. Why? But France is literally in EUS. Am I tripping? Whoa. Dude, the pool. I haven't seen anybody use that skin yet. Nice dodge. Whoa. Is the Spirit Blossom Nexus finisher out? Yes. Let's see. I want to take a peek, see. Hey, I got you, WCT. Say less. I got you, fam. Not trying to make you miss your flight. All right, let's see. Kentucky. You recorded those vocals, huh? I did. I did indeed. It was a quick little something, you feel me? You feel me? Where is it? Where do I go for... Where's the... Isn't it the Emporium? There's just so many things to click nowadays. I never know where to go. The Sanctum. Oh, I have enough to buy the Spirit Blossom Boom. I don't think I want to purchase it though. Oh, there's an Arcade Poor Award. That's kind of cute. What will be the next region? I genuinely do not know, because I remember they said Noxus and Ionia would be the first two. They did confirm that. I don't remember what they said the third was going to be. I don't think they ever told us. Yeah, they haven't said anything. Maybe we should go to... Oh, I hope it's not Demacia. Because you know that what that means. You know exactly what that means if we ever go to Demacia, bro. I'm down for Bilgewater. I'm down for Bilgewater, and I'm down for I'm down for the Shadow Isles. No, I actually think, Oliver, that if we go to Demacia, it would be 7 Lux skins back to back to back. Nobody else would get a skin. It'll just be 7 different Lux skins. And then she would also get a Prestige. And she would also get the Exalted. I think that's what it would be. So, lore wise, it would be fire. Yes, Holy. Like, I feel like there's a lot of great champions, but I know at the forefront. Sorry, Ray, I gotta watch Love Island. Hey, you not hurting my feelings. I've been watching it recently. I've been watching it recently. I got 2 episodes to catch up on. But yeah. That show pisses me off. Why? Why does it piss you off? The Shyvana rework. It has been a while since she's had her rework. I thought. Oh no, the Victor rework already came out. Who was the rework for this season? Or for this like act? Here it is. Look at him, bro. He's fighting it, bro. Oh, he wanted to say anything for at least 10 seconds straight. Oh, I felt him struggling.
Fire back with confidence in game 2.
I felt him struggling.
Enter champion select powered by Omen and HyperX.
Oh, they are on devious timing. Absolutely.
To settle in. G2 now on blue side. We'll see.
Come on, Star Guardian or Pajama Guardian, period.
Always love to see me some cosplay.
Yes.
Get into the draft. Game number 3. 1-1. That even. When
No, literally, Che.
I'm not going to see that even with the Vi taken away. Nothing too shocking there. TF going to remain high on the ban list as well.
Dude, Broken Blade's picture is such a cute little picture. He looks so baby boy.
This is when the
He looks so baby boy in his picture.
no longer available. And the
He's like,
as a final
look at me. Like, that's what I'm getting from him.
The pick just offers so much, and that is a B1.
He looks like just a little boy.
Through here for Caps.
The first time we've seen Victor at MSI thus far.
Hello, hello, Phoenix.
G2 have already played.
Who do you have as winning, Phoenix?
But not necessarily the proactive playmaker that we've seen in a lot of G2's most successful moments. Perhaps a pivot from the previous philosophy, looking to enable another member as Caps.
What's going on, Dandruff? No, I love the cinematics, dude. Misfortune Nautilus.
Powerful combination.
Y'all know these pro players don't know how to ult on Misfortune, bro. This is the third game of the series. Both teams have won one. So whoever wins this next game will take us to match point. Yeah, the Yanara cinematic was really good. Or are you saying there should be another one in July? Ew, dude, I don't even want to watch this game.
Still left is going to come through here. But I think that that Nautilus being able to get away with just blinding that, definitely a really powerful thing. When you also, now already with just that pick, have such good setup for MF, which is something we always look towards because, let's be real, I've seen a lot of MFs. A lot of them have not looked so great outside of laning. You know, it feels really good when you're on lane and you're just
early game.
You're shooting bullets. You're making it rain.
If you pick Ezreal, I am automatically rooting against you unless your name is Guma Yushi or Yun. Anybody else, unacceptable. Just purely unacceptable. Maybe Masu. I'm still thinking about it. In this house, we are as haters. Exactly.
Rel enthusiast, but does get that comfort pick.
Oh, look at that little baby.
Into Ruler Enduro this time around is
he can go Nidalee. He's known for his Nidalee, yeah.
Already got to show off on that Rumble.
Please no. Please no, Hunters.
Exceptional both into MF as well as into the Xante, taking away a lot of tankiness and having the ability to just interrupt the ultimate without too much of a hassle. Very valuable as well.
Go Valorant.
That Canyon is going to be looking to pick up a champion here on R4.
Yeah, T1.
I like that a lot actually as a counter pick into the victory.
I respect it.
All I'm saying is someone out there said lock in talent, and I would love to see someone lock in talent. We might have to make it to game 5.
You know, owners at the tournament could see him do it with Tarzan for Zed. You know, we got the whole slew of fun jungle picks. I don't know if that
One
was
last ban.
Probably, I don't think we're deep enough in the pool that there's a strong justification.
I'm feeling the Nidalee. Cassante and Nidalee is a combo that Genji has played a million times.
I don't play League, but it's alright, I guess.
I wonder if that's going to be the ban away here, or they're going to go for something like the Silas instead, trying to ensure that.
Bro, why does the timer keep getting bugged?
Banning away the
also
Poppy.
taken away.
Yeah, of course, trying to limit what Skewmont can bring. Perhaps it could also be Broken Blade. Didn't play
it's
that
really good.
last
It's
year.
Cassante.
MSI, yeah. With the Sundered Sky. And the debate
It's like
from G2, it's a
continuously
position they put Genji
restarting.
in last time around. What
there
is
it is.
R4 going to be? It's the Silas taken off the board. Genji still with the luxury.
So is it
of
still
counter
the
pick.
same as last year? Whoever wins MSI gets an auto spot in Worlds? Yes. I don't think they had that last year, but it is for sure this year. Because I remember saying last year, like, I think it's so silly that they don't get a spot at Worlds. But so for this year, it's whoever comes in first, you automatically get to go to Worlds. And if you come in second, you earn an additional slot for your region at Worlds. So say NA is the runner-up, we will send an additional team from NA to Worlds. You see what I'm saying?
It was just earlier in the tournament that we saw this MF used incredibly efficiently by BLG. Able to find those full channel ultimates for the MF. But now the Gnar,
Last pick, jungle pick.
relatively safe. Obviously can fall apart very quickly. Cassante finds a way to get kill pressure, finds a way to set you up against a wall past that level 6, but some decent tools for G2. Initial engage of Labrov, potential Gnar follow-up. Doesn't feel quite as synergistic as it did before.
It would have been really funny if it was Church of Chovy and he was playing Victor with the Arcane Savior skin. That would be very funny.
Yeah, like that a lot. You also have the combo with Gnar, right? Being able to set up for him, get big ultimates. Same for the Victor. And that's not the most orthodox ball delivery system, but it's one that we've seen. Canyon, obviously,
I like the Lee Sin.
was banned in the previous game as well.
And how many times today did we watch back that flank where he just comes around the Baron pit and gets the 4-man kick? I mean, confidence, I think, to lock it in here. Obviously, Jarvan, all of the damage is in that EQ. If he whiffs even one, the jungle duel is so easy for Canyon. But a champion that
Yeah,
we've
both
always
of
said
these
scales with
teams
player
are
skill. Well, Canyon's
pretty
certainly one of the best
scary,
there
I'm not
is.
gonna
See what he
lie.
can do in this early game.
As we take a look at the draft as a whole here, I think G2, when it comes to the team fighting, it feels somewhat reminiscent of what we saw in the previous game, where I think that the tools are there, but there are some prerequisites when it comes to spikes, right? Again, we need to really see some items for this Victor. Ezreal, I think
Yeah, I know, Hunters.
nearly as strong as in the math, right? There's a reason why.
But luckily, we only have one series today, and it looks like we'll get at least 4 games. So hopefully in game 4 and 5, we'll start seeing some good variation. Aww,
Okay, well that's just too adorable. Now you have to.
that was too cute.
Someone has to pick Teemo.
R5 Teemo, baby.
Only one person can do it. The other team's gonna be bad people. They don't do it. Pressure's on, boys. You thought it was the trophy. You have to worry about disappointing that adorable little girl. Here we go.
Everyone wearing a hat.
Thank you, Jerks.
Support for Teemo.
Who is that G2 coach? Y'all feeding for the coaches today, I see.
Come on, Vancouver, give it up. G2 versus Genji.
Woo! Woo, 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 woo.
Now we can calm down. No, I don't think anything's going to happen in the first few levels. But with Jarvan and Lee Sin in the server, in the game, there's always that potential for early action as Canyon spotted out there.
Thorough. I'm going to go for anything crazy. So we do see Hansam also going
A
for the
coach
barrier.
interview.
Genji with the Orianna ball just gets to scout out some of these. We have the ward on red buff.
Oh, they
ward on
did
blue buff,
change it.
for Genji, so both junglers going to have a pretty decent idea.
They did change the HUD.
Where their opponent is going. Now Lee,
I wonder if the old one was
damage in early
bugged.
skirmishes in particular, obviously, is a complete menace to deal with. Really
What
hard to win
happened?
any early 2v2s, any early 3v3s. The mobility in jungle fights is crazy. When it comes to the ganking power, though, you take Jarvan. I think any day of the week that flag and drag starting level 2 could see.
Yeah, it must be
a little cheese
bugged.
gank if they want to go for that.
Not surprising to see Canyon start on the top side exactly because of what you said. The one lane that he has reliable setup in is the bottom lane, but perhaps instead looking to leverage the level
Yeah,
2
it looks
spike,
like an
does
old
have
one.
vision
You win the
on
1v1.
Skewmont. You absolutely do. Oh, he's so low. Okay.
Ooh.
Feels like a bit of
It's
divine
one
intervention
auto
to
and a
keep
smite
Skewmont
away
standing
from
there.
He
dying.
doesn't have smite. Canyon does.
But it resets. I mean, respect to Skewmont. That was a very confident back the second you see the ward there. Assumes that Canyon has skilled, yeah, E level 2, so there it is, or level 1.
Damage is done. Chovy fighting as hard as he can here, and Caps is able to trade back decently, but he just can't fight for Prio this early on against the Orianna. So Canyon just going to go for the Wolves here.
Free
Do note,
reign.
though, that with the Prio that's there for Hansama and Lebrov, able to get an early pressure lead.
Okay, so what I'm noticing here is that he did his chickens and immediately invaded, but he also like immediately backed rather than going top and clearing down or ganking. He backed immediately. Very interesting.
The G2 bottom lane looking to keep the pressure up.
And they just want to
So typically, if he started chickens in full cleared,
just threatening is very big.
he would be bot side by now.
Back here, so Caps is going to get the pressure,
And
but
he
it looks
knows
like
that
Skewmont
since
doesn't
he
want to run
took
the risk.
J4's camps
Despite the fact that
top,
both his solo lanes have
J4
pressure,
would go
instead just
bot,
going to take the loss
so he's
on the
going
top side.
bot
Full clear
to
rest of the
defend
jungle.
his bot
Tough situation,
camps.
right? Because if you
So,
want him to
if
leverage
I
that
were
bot
to
lane pressure, he
enact
has
this
to
in
risk
solo
even
queue,
more in an unfavorable
and I
1v1.
invade their
Opts
red
for a
side,
conservative route. Canyon gonna get
I
3
should
quadrants
take their
of the jungle more or less early
red
on.
side.
Only the blue buff on the top side from G2 he was not able to take. Skewmont
No,
in the crab and
this
maybe
method
able
of
to
thinking
steal
only
another blue
works
buff of his own, but
if
just
I
so
invade them
woefully behind
at
experience.
the
Rosewood is
camps that
locked
they
up,
are
wants
at.
to go mega, but luckily able to hop out to safety.
Ooh, Keen.
Yeah, I would have to go vertical.
Lebrov taking his time.
We'd
Pushed
have to
back
split
into
the map.
wall. Tanking tower forced to flash. Just a bit of an awkward moment there. I don't think he expected to be caught by the edge of the Pathmaker, but this is, I mean, this is the thing about Cassante.
The moment that the Q doesn't actually work out, you can't go in with the W, but Lebrov.
Chovy will have 400
And that's a
farm,
big deal because
probably.
what happened was, obviously, Genji, again going for this swap, immediately having Ruler. and
Imagine
Roshan
getting
on the
straight
top
up
side,
walked
which
off
for
your
broken
Gromp
lane,
level
can be one of
2
those situations where as the W, you're not
generational
happy, you want to be in that
or
1v1,
a
you
loss.
want to try and use that range advantage in
Generational?
the 1v2, especially as Mininar,
Oh,
you do not have any
generational.
control of this wave.
So much credit to Gen G as they find yet another hook here, but their lane assignments have been
True,
solid.
Kayla. True,
Both
true.
Game 2 and Game 3, G2 consistently put in this position where they can't find optimal.
Dude, I
lane
want to play
matches.
some
Skewmont
jungle
starts to walk
games.
forward into Ruler, but again, flag and drag is all your damage.
Dang,
Martial
Skewmont
cadence,
is
a little bit more to follow, but
getting his cheeks
With the
taken.
wave that big, there's just no way as Hans.
forced to
Okay.
get over the wall. That looks a lot different if level 6 is there for Keen as Gen G refused to allow the mini exit. Duro quick flash over the wall looking for the setup. Gromp there to maybe body block the Sonic Wave. Lebrov trying to get
Yo,
Gen G, doesn't do it.
Gen
She's
G,
dead.
foot
Picking.
on.
Flash!
Oh.
Not even close, baby.
Foot on neck right now, dude.
Silver lining on a gray cloud. Same with
Foot
the
on
Q that missed
freaking
earlier
neck.
for Skewmont.
Oh, he stole it.
Smite gonna get the objective. Broken blade down a bit.
He
in
stole it
experience, but
back.
about to turn Mega. Keen immediately backing up.
A lot of punching back and forth here in this early game, but them not getting the kill was actually a big deal because Genji invested pretty heavily towards that,
A flash.
giving up.
Ruler flash for that. He does not have flash now. That's very bad. That is so bad.
Felt like they could have probably pumped a little bit more damage. But the shield for Lebrov keeping him alive there. Big win for G2.
To be fair, I thought he was dead too. I was
Well, I mean, we all did.
just about 100% sure. Not quite though, as Hansama trying to keep pressure on the top side. Duro playing incredibly aggressively in this game 3, not hesitating to burn the flash. Skeen now taking over to level 6, puts Broken Blade in an awkward position. Gnar.
Yeah,
yes, he's that
and
range
J4
He's
smited the
so
Gromp.
short-ranged early, so it makes it easy for Keen. Not quite able to get the Q3. Duro. It's a little aggressive on the top side, but there's no immediate fault from Ruler. Wants to clear out the rest of those creeps. Broken Blade forced now to recall. And in the meantime, Canyon staying ahead only by a single camp, but so much aggressive play from Gen G has really shut down Scumon's ability to interact with the map at all on Jarvan. Champion who needs to get it done is Lebrov. Finds the Shattering Strike, Aftershock proc, so mitigates the follow-up damage. Not much of a return from Gen G.
When I see BS like this, I'm like, why doesn't ADC and support just go top then, bro? All y'all do is y'all start bot, y'all wait till 3 minutes and 30 seconds, then y'all go top lane.
I think G2 definitely went a little bit too crazy as
Oh, they actually can't start top lane because of what happened.
Honestly, Ruler's doing a lot more damage back.
Look at Jarvan.
Scumont moving through.
Oh, Canyon's here too.
Level 6.
Uh-oh, guys.
Takes his time. Backsteps. EQ through.
Okay. They chilling. They
Not
chilling.
going for anything too stylish. Remember, he already invaded. He already slowed down Scumont. Denied camps. Is ahead in XP. The Jarvan, the champion that really needs to get these ganks. Hasn't been able to find anything. But Canyon may have just found the 1v1. Scumont
Yo, his intuition is kind of crazy.
Instead, flashing away.
Like he really is like harassing Scumont. He really is.
Composition can bring to bear.
Well, the big thing is again G2 is
Yeah, because of lane swap detection.
Right? So it's Gen G going for these aggressive plays, pushing out a wave, and as you snowball 3 minions every single wave, it's
crazy work.
These big leads, something that Gen G
Yeah, no, Canyon is really on this J4.
Lead keeps on growing.
Truly.
For now, G2, again, the thing I want to see them improve from game number 1 is do not fall for these early fights. I do think you have a little bit more power with the Jarvan, as well as the Ezreal, but you need to be very, very careful. Playing into that enough, playing into the Nautilus and the Lee. That free man
No one has gotten dragged yet.
So much burst available.
But Lee Sin is taking care of the Void Grubs.
Waiting. It's the auto. Hook back, just on the edge of tower range. Hansama living for an extra second here. Ruler, full channel in the ult, but it's Canyon on the way in. Hansama, there's no way out of this one. Ulti across, trying to get something back. Canyon just kicks him into the wall. Knocks him down. First blood for the side of Gen G.
Me, as Ezreal, spam pinging my support question mark pings.
Finding a big play, sets it up, and Hans, because of that, doesn't have the ability to even thin out the wave. So Canyon can just walk in.
It's always a flop MF ult. No, Van, I'm so for real.
I've seen many of Canyon's
every time
teams play for him, but the fact that he's on Lee Sin of all champions, this isn't generally a champion that you see go for farm. The cross map is good. The dragon gets taken, and G2 do keep control of that 100% first dragon.
Because if you ult more towards the top, you cut him off to where he has to walk down towards the Lee Sin. But it was fine.
Not always on the same page. Some
He got the kill anyways.
But this game, doing everything together.
Ooh, Caps is stressed. Y'all see that?
Close to having 2 more kills, both at the level 2 invade, as well as the previous play where Lebrov just barely makes it out. Instead, it's a single kill, but still, you can see 1.3k gold lead in the previous games. G2 was always able to grab that first Drake, even if they had to concede the grubs. It's just not the case in game 3.
You good, Lebrov. You chilling now, fam.
Duro looking for another play. Flash available this time. Caps has his Roa done. I don't know if they have the damage.
Wow. Lollipop hook, bro.
Rob still walking forward. Just to return a bit of poke. Q3 onto Keen. Boy throws a house at him, but not to much effect as Lebrov did get a bit of vision, bit of info as to where Canyon is. Gives Broken Blade a little bit more license to play aggressive in the mini Gnar.
Looks like most of the CS late actually with Keen. On the Keen Sante.
True, holy.
Also Chovy.
And you can get a penta with that one. Truly. There's so much kill potential. So much team fight turn potential. Oh.
Always there. First item now approaching. Early Dragon though, again going over to G2 does mean that
I know that engaged tanks are like so meta, but I'm really surprised that like we see Ashe Seraphine, but we haven't seen Misfortune Seraphine. When I feel like those two champs synergize so well together.
There's a transformation to Muramana. because otherwise, into MF, the upfront burst and DPS just isn't quite there.
Yeah. And as Ruler gets closer to the Bloodthirster.
He's almost mega. Scumon's there as well.
Hoping to find the combo. Q3. Mininar instantly deleted. Out of turret range as well.
Oh my
chance of a counterpunch.
gosh.
That's a heartbreaker. Scumon's there! He's looking for an opportunity to keep his teammates safe, but there's just too much burst available. And
Dude,
with Flash up
literally
especially, he
disintegrated.
stalled for even a second there.
I
So
blinked, he
coming.
was no longer on the
Could
screen.
have been a big moment, a big turnaround, but instead, the snowball continues. Canyon now a second kill, top wave. Ruler's able to just shove yet another wave into the turret, and Hans will be able to pick up most of it, but it's the small.
I wonder if Broken Blade knew he was in that bush at all.
2K gold
Because that was dangerous.
It's brutal. G2 are being bled out.
But this time, again, I'm
Truly
looking at how
holy.
this Herald fight's going to get played out, and our G2
Tough
going to not
times.
take the risk of thinking number
Hard
one, 'cause this
times.
time around, I think Gen G, you don't quite have the same edge, because looking at the front to back of Gen G, I don't think that ever really falls off. Obviously, MF can struggle, but Orianna keen on his Cassante.
Shockwave. Canyon was there, ready to follow up, but just going to be a bit of poke.
Here. Does he want to be?
Rob poking back. Keeping an eye, of course, on the next major objective. You said yourself 2 minutes till that Herald spawns. Bit of vision from the side of G2 now being cleared out by Chovy. It's a little bit tricky. If you take a look at the bottom of the map, you can see Bloodthirster completed for Ruler. Still opting to go bot lane, but if he wants to go mid, it's pretty impossible to get him out of that lane without more support. In the 1v1, he just heals up any potential poke.
Oh, the gang swat. Caps not going to be found by that Q. Is it a false sense of security play? No.
Maybe for some
Stand better, 'cause
tankiness.
Scumonn showed on that ward. I think the moment he shows, you know you can't go for that play.
I'm not sure though.
But what
I don't
doesn't
really
work in
play
mid?
But the boys are here. Duro and Canyon everywhere.
Victor.
Canyon at least has been spotted on the ward. Not clear to me if they saw Duro in the jungle, so Hansama's going to continue to walk up, but this might be the end of him. Luckily for him, recall fully completed by Duro.
It's Ruler. Oh, Labrov, he's here.
Perhaps a Q flash angle, but the poke doesn't want to go for it. Of course,
BT
Ruler
though.
has cleanse.
And this is the problem, is particularly on this one spike, you don't have Triforce yet, and Ruler's going to shrug off this entire amount of damage you were able to do in just a wave. As the dragon is imminent, we'll see what the next Drake is going to be.
Keen, Q3 ready to go. Broken Blade, forced to double jump there.
2 levels down.
Genji are scary, bro. What the heck? It's an
tell
oppressive
me.
start to the game.
G2, teamfight power is still there, particularly if they're able to get this Mega Gnar to a fight. The problem is he can't get to a fight because the laning pressure just isn't there. Keen is just continuously keeping him on the back foot.
And outside of mid lane, where Caps is doing relatively well, staying toe-to-toe in CS.
Ooh, what are you
Just
gonna order,
losing
Death Ray?
Cryo in so many different places. And Ezreal is supposed to be that champion that you can park him mid. He has the ulti, he has that extra range, who can always get you push, but Ruler ahead of schedule with the BT just makes it so much easier for Gen G.
I really wanted, you know, to comment and be like, guys, I know everyone always says that Gen G is boring, but I swear it's not. I'm not being helped by the gameplay here, Dracos. I'm not going to lie.
Maybe for the viewer, but G2 are being tortured right now. I do not think that's very boring. This is excruciating. They're being methodically
like
dismantled. Skewmon hoping to look for an angle here.
Femtech Drake again.
Canyon forward. Sonic wave in. Skewmon flashes
they're not
out.
letting G2 breathe.
Major playmaking tool gone, and I think they might just have
They're
to
saying
concede
no
the objective here. They have
air.
vision. They have the crab to at least know that it's happening. They saw Lee Sin go over the wall.
It just doesn't matter because Gen G have already, again, rotated their bot lane towards the top side of the map.
I feel like
so now as G2
G2 or Gen G is like perfectly
mid lane play. So you are now
perfectly
going to rotate
pacing
your
this
bot lane back
game.
up towards that top lane, at least try and match the pressure, but that means that Keen gets the opportunity. He has TP, by the way, so even if you try to contest her while you're a member down, you don't really get to. And another wave goes into the turret, and that gold lead for Keen is going to keep getting bigger as Gen G.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
Early on, pick up the Rift Herald and give up basically nothing. On the contrary,
Sounds so good.
getting
That's right.
slowly further ahead.
I might have to make some.
Rob maybe looks to cancel a
Tacos
recall
tomorrow.
here, but still really good vision from Gen G. Can't afford
I was
to
planning
step
on
too far
making
forward. He needs to
avocado
stand back
toast
them up, and
with a
one of the
nice
terrifying things about this Gen G
poached
lineup is
egg
anyone
on
this team can
top
step up and carry. Last game it felt like it was Ruler. Keen to a
for
certain degree with
breakfast
those great
tomorrow,
rumble
but
opens.
now I might
This game,
save those
Canyon and
avocados
Duro
for
really setting the pace as Keen just
a
continues to
little
win out in
taco.
1v1.
And for G2, what I'm looking towards is being able to get the flashes of both Chovy and Ruler. They're the two members that, if you're able to get their flash one way or another, even be it with a hard play, you at least have the opportunity
Love
to
a good
use
poached egg.
Scumon's ultimate.
And when
Broken
you
Blade has a lot more
crack it
flavor than
open and
Meganar.
it's
Caps maybe
just
will be able to
the
actually, once
tiniest
they're
bit
locked in,
firm on the
burst them
outside,
down,
but
as
like
long as
on
those
the
flashes
inside
are
is like
available, it is so
gooey
hard
gooey
to actually win a team
goodness.
fight. I think there's so much damage on Gen G. All the carries are obviously sitting on the lead as well. And
I
what it doesn't
definitely
translate
want to
into
learn how to
any
make a
huge
ceviche
item finish advantages outside of top
or
lane.
a
Still,
crudo.
those little moments are going to matter when it comes to every single one of these skirmishes.
I mean, a story of little moments for both sides, right? It's safe to say. As we see even in mid lane, Ruler taking a quick trade, knowing he has the advantage of lifesteal. Hansama firing back with the red buff.
Okay, Hansama.
More damage with those Sheen procs, but again,
He's fighting back.
every time there's a creep wave, Ruler's just going to heal up that little bit extra.
Fave way to have eggs. I think recently I learned I love a poached egg. However, I feel like also a soft boiled egg or a soft scramble. I've recently learned how to do like a French soft scramble because I've been trying to do a French omelet and it hasn't been working, so I just make it a soft scramble. Very delicious. When I learn how to do a French omelet, it's over for you hoes. It's over for you hoes. There's so many great ways to have eggs, man. There's so many ways to cook them, so many ways to eat them, so many ways to marinate them or season them.
I don't know if that was a misclick or if that was
Oh,
intentional,
you didn't.
that was insanely
You didn't have to disrespect them.
but it doesn't matter because either way he got the kill.
Oh my gosh. Canyon, let them get up, please. Please. That was.
What's worse if that was an accident or a purpose, Dracos?
Oh my gosh, can we get a replay on that?
Mid lane disaster as the map breaks open.
Can we?
And Canyon is just styling.
Can we get a Hey, can we get a? Hey, can we get a replay on that? Thanks.
I don't think he gets to keep his driver's license for what it's worth, though.
Can we get a replay on that,
the
though?
only criticism I have for Canyon in this game.
And now all outer turrets are down. The gold lead increased to 5.5.
No, Canyon is not letting them breathe, dude. Not even last hitting him, just going for the Rift Herald play because you know your misfortune about to secure the kill. Yo. Why don't they not get the flowers? Okay, I was about to say.
But it's apt. It's the frog in the pot of water that's slowly heating up.
Hans, don't get 1v1 now.
That water is boiling now. The goal discrepancy feels insurmountable from a team that has just been surgical in their precision in this game. Skumont looking for an angle. Again, the combo, you highlighted it so many times. The second item around the corner for Hans.
Well, if they can get on top of two of the members, there's still an angle. I don't know if they
What are you doing, Keen?
I don't think they know, but now they for sure do.
Skumont a little bit awkward now.
Skumont. Oh, please, y'all, please don't let Hansama die like this.
He's a bit squishier now, and G2 are trying to fire back. Keen, overeager, but Ruler finds them in the choke.
That was a good misfortune ult.
Chunks them out.
That was a good misfortune ult. That was a good Cassante ult as well. Don't count him out.
Keen already retreating. Still has the TP.
Don't count him out.
Oh, unending as well. Yeah, they can't fight this. There's no shot. They really needed to get the pick onto Keen there, but the rest of the team is ready.
Duro waiting over the wall just to make sure they're not risking the 50-50, although Broken Blade.
And I really want to highlight it.
Canyon looks very confident, y'all, on this Lee Sin. He looks very, very confident, I must say.
Look at this play because this was kind of insane. When Canyon is there, I just don't think you can go for a play, right? Canyon's own Hans, so Ruler isn't even remotely threatened. And then he goes for the Q. I think, I'm now looking at it, he wanted to get the execute damage, and then as soon as he does, he doesn't actually get the full Q off because he needs to arrive at his target, but it doesn't matter because he has the backup as
yeah.
a response as well.
I mean, how are you supposed to react when you see something that disgusting? Like that was a nasty play. As LeBron's been caught out. Canyon finds another alongside Chovy, and it's
Canyon. Canyon, he's got a family. Like Canyon, Canyon, chill, bro. Oh my gosh, Canyon, please, please, please. Let him breathe, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. The double kickback, bro. The double kickback. He's trying to send them back to that family faster. No, he really is, Bang.
Absolutely obliterated by G2.
He really is. He like, I know they got a family. I'm trying to get them on that one-way ticket back. I'm trying to get them back to EU so they can see said family.
Watching this as he does
Oh
go down in
my
the very
gosh.
end, just the skirmishing. Lebrov way too far out. I think they want to try and get at least a semblance of control around this Otacon.
Oh my
Maybe look for a Hail Mary play, but they just don't have the, like, Caps doesn't have the items to do anything to Canyon, and neither does Skewmond.
This is also just Lee Sin when you have a
Canyon want that.
Casual, 2 in, 2 autos, walk backwards. Just making it look effortless. The mechanics are clean.
Why you be mad, Holy?
Overstep a bit, but
he does still end up going down, but what they get for
He got him with the ulti. That's what it was. Hansama hit him with that big bink.
Going in on that flag and drag as Ruler just leisurely
Dang,
walks
Holy.
to the right. That's Ruler.
He looks so calm and poised when playing. But that man is a demon on Summoner's Rift. I think I find that truly perplexing. How can a man be so poised, so calm, cool, collected, while making plays like that? That I think we might need to look into the settings of his computer after this, see if somebody else is possibly making said plays, because there's just no way. There's just no way.
And the 2 item spikes, Ardon is a Skewmond.
Goes in. Skewmond doesn't really have another angle, but he whoops to flag and drag out and drops down dead. And G2 no hope now of contesting the Baron when it spawns.
Who is your favorite player in MSI besides Guma? My favorite player is Faker. But if it's besides Faker,
Flash out of that, even if he ends up dying, I think it's worth, you know, we're looking at, you need a crazy Baron play.
do I need another one?
Skewmond can find his way into the pit.
I feel like Bay is all I need.
Because if everything goes according to plan, Genji, third item approaching.
Favorite player
for
besides
Chovy.
Faker.
Third item approaching for Keen as well. Broken Blade is still sitting on 1, just a full lead, and we have barely talked about it because it's all been about Canyon here in this game number 3.
I don't know. I can tell you the players that I like.
From G2, what you can hold on to hope for,
Faker, obviously. I like Ben. I do like Masu.
And no matter what, some might call that
I like Elk and Knight as well. So that's 3 out of BLG. I do like Maguma, of course. Who else? Who else?
Also 2 items. The problem is,
at this point, he does need.
I mean, I like all of T1. If we keeping it a buck.
Yeah.
So that.
I don't hate Hansama or Caps or Broken Blade. I just want them to lose this series and the next one. So basically, I want them to go home. But like the reason I want them to lose because like my pick'ems, and then the next series I want them to lose because it will be versus FlyQuest. So, oh, I love JoJo Pyun. You are so correct. How could I ever forget him? I forgot that he was here.
Broken Blade, a lot of CC, should just be able to run him down. Flashing over, looks like the pick on the side lane. Shut down for G2.
11 hundo on the track.
Be invested, but you'll take that. Flash used there by
11 hundo.
Still, big win. Getting Chovy on the side, maybe it allows you to make at least some moves.
EU first seed is JoJo.
Genji
Yeah.
unrelenting Keen. He's just gonna keep on going.
Yeah, I do love me a Yun. It makes me so sad that he is not at MSI.
in the area, TPing back to mid lane though after knocking down that T2. Genji
Yeah,
holding on to that 7.5k gold lead.
yes, she is attacked, and you'll see
No ulti on the Victor, ulti on
as soon
the
as
Ezreal
she
might do
hit
a
the
little bit
riff.
of damage, but they're already being shepherded back into the pit. Ulti goes in from Lebrov just to get a bit of space. Keen in the face of multiple members of G2 is not taking any damage. Broken blade to the back line. No! That's free! Into the wall! Fall from Skumon into 2, but Keen again! The Cassante just generating so much space. They finally hit the combo, but it's too damn late. Genji, more powerful. Finding the angles.
Oh my gosh, is Keen gonna kill them?
Playing greedy, playing
Oh my gosh, Keen.
It might cost him his life though.
Keen.
Back into Canyon. Canyon flash forward. One more
Oh my gosh, Canyon, please.
Ruler is here to finish the job. Lebrov knocked down 2 for Ruler, and in the midst of it all, it's Chovy looking to land the death blow, pushing down in the mid lane.
Let me talk to y'all for a second. Canyon said, "I got it. Don't worry about it, Keen. Don't worry about it, Keen. I got it." Yeah. This is the Genji that y'all gonna kill him in his base. Listen, I knew that this is what the games were gonna look like, but I thought,
What do you even say after a game like that?
yeah,
Genji,
like
they took
after
literally
game
starting
1,
level 2,
I thought
and
like
started
G2 was
invading,
coming to play,
and from that point
but
onward,
the
there
way
was
Genji locked
absolutely
the
no
frick
semblance of
in,
control
bro.
for G2. There was always a lane that was behind on tempo that couldn't respond, that was getting pushed
Holy
in. Canyon was showing up on
dude.
vision, taking away a Krug here, taking away a Grub
Canyon
there,
disrespected them.
one way or another.
Literally, bang.
Incredible stuff. Of course, remember,
Any Lee Sin that locks in Lee Sin in your solo queue games, they think they look like that.
also allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global
That's what they
revenue
think
pool,
they
which
look
directly
like.
supports the leagues and the teams in the LoL esports ecosystem.
They
You can
don't.
subscribe now to unlock the not
They
like
don't at
this
all.
play in-game emote.
But that's what they
And,
think they play
Genji
like.
brought us quite definitively to match
Oh
point.
my
What's
gosh.
the desk got for us?
Well, we're getting a Ruler Masterclass in Game 2 and a Canyon Masterclass in Game 3. I mean, this guy's Lee Sin is legendary.
What are we gonna see in game 4, bro?
Can we get a not like this G2 emote? Is that an option? It's not looking good, guys.
Oh my goodness, that was like a kick to the face again and again.
Like from a horse?
And again, like from a horse.
Okay, I'm gonna thank the G2 social media team for this layup, but this is like Game 1. Game 2.
Oh, it's printed.
And then that's what their faces looked like after the Lee Sin was done with it. Like that was vicious. Like what?
I was about to say, no way
impressive
she drew
performance
that.
from Canyon. Like we think back to the draft, we saw the Jarvan coming, and it was very much a situation of misfortune. Orianna.
Predictions for game 4.
You can see that G2's gone for
That was a
just like
27-minute
but
game.
The moment you lock in the Jarvan, like that is Canyon saying, "Oh,
I'm gonna say they go. I'm gonna say Genji gonna end in 25 minutes in the next game.
Level 1, what, level 2? Level 2. He was already in the enemy jungle. He was trying to be a menace. He was making it impossible for Skumon to do anything.
What I thought was going to happen, he was going to take topside, go and harass
No,
the red side
literally,
jungle. He said, "No, I'm
Pain.
gonna
It was
start that a
so
little earlier."
good.
And just
They
in general,
performed
it was
so
just a
well.
constant like wave of pressure that was hitting G2. There was one time Hansama was alone, Lebrov was roaming. Guess who?
Oh, you think he's tilted, twisted? You think he's out mentally?
And I think this is also important to talk
I wonder how G2 feels right now. Because after getting a booty whooping the way that they just did, like mentally, I'm going into it like, okay, y'all, we about to lose this next game. Like they playing for real now. Like they let us. That right there was disrespectful.
Was so good. Instead of finishing the kill, he goes straight into the Herald and he decides he's gonna hunt Hansama down.
Oh, man.
That right there was insane.
It was beautifully done, and you can tell that, like, I want to believe that he
No, but like,
deliberately
if I'm getting whooped like that, bro, if I'm getting whooped like that, and I know I gotta go play another game against them, I'm like, man, just let me get in that loser's bracket, bro.
And then the kick to knock up Skumon, the man just doesn't miss.
You know those LPL edits that they do?
Oh, yeah.
I need that of this, like, today.
Some
that
heavy
would be crazy.
dubstep. Yeah.
I see it, bro. I see why. Hey, yo, if Genji, if this is the Genji we see for the rest of the year, I see them winning worlds.
Really kind of a wake-up call. Okay, this is our first game at MSI.
I see them winning
G2 has
worlds.
a lot
I do.
under their belt from play-ins, but no, this is the Gen.G that we
But
had
also,
actually
I gotta
come
say,
to
like,
expect in
we're
this
watching them play versus a
pick it up and then just be the player of the game.
a tier 2 or a second string, what is it? Second seed LEC team. You know, like we're not seeing them against the best of the best. So
yeah, Vetti, we saw something.
let's just keep that in mind.
When you look at this, where do you feel like G2 is dropping the ball, and do they have a possibility even to pick it back up to get this to game 5?
I mean, I think it comes back to
Dang, y'all. One thing about G2, they gonna chew some gum. Look at Lord have mercy. Oh, I think those two are like eating something.
And that is not traditional G2.
Dude, I want some rice cakes. I'm gonna have to go to Walmart. Them apple cinnamon rice cakes.
We want to take it away from Chovy. We'll play the mage mid lane.
Hey,
matchup,
B.
but then when you do, you open
Them
up the
things
jungle matchup.
good.
Keen Sante on the top side of the map. They pick the Gnar as a response, and then they keep doing these swaps, which keeps getting the better of
Facts,
the
Death Ray.
Gen.G are demonstrating the flexibility in their champion pools over and over again, and I also think that their early game planning is just getting the better of G2. So unless they get a firm footing into the game,
I wonder what it feels like being from China or Korea, knowing that your team is a high performer. Like like with EU.
Today from Mickey X. It's very hot
Hold on.
currently in Berlin. Apparently, it's like up to 30+ degrees. If we'll get it on screen in just a second.
It's burning hot in Vancouver too.
Yeah. So my question is kind of what do Mickey X and G2 have in common?
Oh, that's a good
if we
question.
get the picture of it, would be great.
Have in common.
No,
Yeah.
we can think about this. Honestly, it's completely fine.
It's really hot in Berlin.
Ooh, I mean, burning hot
Come on, guys.
temperatures. That's one thing in common.
Uh,
I'm sweating.
they're both warm, they're stressed, they're
They're
uncomfortable.
both cooked, Betty.
Yeah, dang.
Insult to injury, of course. It's Mickey's Instagram story, but
What I will say is North America and Europe, they always like pray like they can take a game off of the LPL or LCK. They always like want to win one series and then like they're happy. But I feel like with LPL or LCK, like you know your team is going to perform. Like I wonder what that feels like. Like I hope my team performs, but like realistically, will we hit finals? I don't know, bro.
Until 18 if they want to win this one. Gen.G, they look locked in. Let's see if they finish their first match at MSI with a victory.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
That's what it used to feel like being an NA Val watcher. Is it not like that no more? Mickey X not even at MSI and he catching strays. His team at MSI. His ex-team at MSI, but he not at MSI. Fuck that. I'm honestly curious as to why like computer peripheral companies don't make more like pretty peripherals like mouse, keyboards, monitors. Like why don't I see pretty pinks or pretty greens, like a matcha green, pastels, yellows? It's always black, white, gray. Black, white, gray. Didn't even hit top 3. No, because like I feel like with that, like you gon' sell. The price of cost must be too much to even try. I think if they ever experiment with the color, they normally do like a pink. But like, what if I want like a little matcha green? Or I want a little this or a little that. I feel like one of the companies that I know of that does like go crazy is this company called Pixio. Not an ad, by the way. I'm just like being for real. But like if more companies, they used to have a green one. Yeah, this one right here. Like, bro, hold on, I want to show y'all the colors. So they got your white and black, sure, but they got a pretty pink, a bubblegum pink. They got a little blue, a baby boy blue. They got a beige. You never see a beige, bro. You got a lavender in this green. Nah, bro, like it just don't make no sense why companies don't make colors like that in peripherals. I want to see if we can get some like close-ups of the. No, that green is gorgeous. No, am I tripping? Am I tripping, or is that green gorgeous? I also think the beige is fun. I also really like the blue. Yeah, bro. I don't know why teams don't, or why companies don't have fun with colors. I need to get one of these for when I'm traveling and I want to play League. This is what I'm going to play League on. That's so cute, dude. Yeah. That's my little rant. That's my little rant. Bags bang. Too small, no? I think too small is exactly what I'm looking for, because like when I'm traveling, it needs to be able to fit in my suitcase. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee and then we'll get into game 3 or game 4 that will result in a 3rd win for Gen G. Be right back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Canyon still going, completely fearless, styling, dashes through, kick back! The mental damage, let alone the physical damage! Canyon just keeps coming. Ruler in the meantime finds the isolated target. It's a shutdown for Hansama, but Kobe responds with a great kill, and Skewmine will die in the meantime. Gen G, losing that game 1 must have been personal, because they are obliterating G2 now. Probably the best game of Lee Sin we've seen in years. Safe to say, a dominant performance. And if G2 want to bounce back as we get ready for game 4 for Gen G's match point, they're going to need to dig deep. Show us something we haven't seen before on this MSI stage. Because for Gen G, it's looking good. The fan signs, everyone looking pleased. It's a casual smile, at least on the face of Dylan, as we get ready for picks and bans.
And I think in a situation like this, you're always going to be looking for, okay, at least there's no more Cassante for Keen, who obviously this man right here on your screen, unperturbed as he might look, was the main character of last game. There were a lot of factors that went into that. Doro again, I think on the Nautilus, that early pick ended up paying up massively. keen on a pick that I think we're going to be very happy with.
All right, the boys are back, right on time.
No longer available, and immediately it wasn't there last time.
Yeah, I like that.
Right on time.
That's a
All right, low key, Genji. I think what we can do is let's play for fun. Let's play for fun. Let's play like HLE played versus Team Liquid at first stand.
G2 in that first game was the
Let's
Racon, and the amount of champions
play around real quick.
Those kind of engages are almost non-existent. Leona essentially the
Let's
only
play
one
around real quick.
It's Leona, and then you're looking at engage from different roles, right? The Ornn still open. That's one that we often go towards.
Trundle also banned away, which potentially leaves
Might be
more room to take it.
It might be an early Ornn prio here from Genji.
I mean, Sion also in the pool.
Another one who, when it comes to engage, obviously not quite as threatening, but does have an absolute monstrous laning phase.
And G2 red side, the luxury of counter pick, but Genji have not been afraid to blind pick. Of course, in game one, it did cost them a bit. It was a tough game to play out. G2 got the better of them. See what the angle is here.
The angle is to lock in Samira.
Common at this point, but Talia.
Through
the cracks. Of course, Ari.
Oh, bro, they gon'
a lot of those supportive options on the board.
they gonna play safe.
Prospect. Somewhat leashed
They're not
by
gonna pick
Orianna
anything
previously,
fun.
Right? It's not a champion where you can impact the entire map. You need other champions to facilitate.
Maybe
Right? As a response
G2
here,
will make some
obviously often see usage
desperate
Talia,
picks.
Able to get out to me, Chovy on this Talia.
Okay.
Absolute monster. The TF would also make sense. Has been a very
Can keep
strong
up with
pick
the
here in
Talia
terms of- I know
roams.
he's 0-3. Don't be fooled by that. I think the fact that he's banned as consistently as he is tells a much more true story. That you do need, when it comes to these TF comps, you need to be able to actually utilize the power. We're looking toward things like the Camille comes to mind, right? Anything.
Yo, this man has a capybara in his pocket.
Towards the side
I'm
lane
just now
to
noticing
really
that.
Use the roaming power of this pick.
Great signs, as always. Vancouver, love to see it. All right. One of the last remaining engage options, Leona, so good CC. Insane Merc tread values, though, already for the side of
I was about to say
Genji.
the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, Leona, of course, hates to see that item, and TF only further incentivizes the enemy team to build it. So what are Genji going to go for next? I like the G2 have building blocks, a plan, potentially attacking side lanes. They're missing some of the core components.
Corky, please. No.
Player for Ruler. One of the few AD carries left that has a built-in escape. Against Leona, always going to be feeling good. You don't really want to go for something Dashless says. That is, of course, a flex pick. Could be going towards Canyon, really try and get the most out of the value when combined with Talia. You're able to slam people through the rocks, you're able to slam people into her wall, but also would not be surprised whatsoever if that is just a counter pick for Duro. Able to block a lot of the Leona engage. Poppy support has been very, very solid for a good amount of time now. Always able to turn situations around.
Now the Kaisa.
Okay, I like the Kaisa pick, I guess. I'll settle for Kaisa, bro.
That's a big risk being taken. If we are getting to the point where not that much is available, and the TF is a good way of setting up for it, but that is not an easy game to play. The ability to ult in is really mitigated.
And I think we saw in the Senna game what can happen if bot lane falls behind.
Yeah.
And Kaisa is not a champion who will do well into this.
Dude, I don't know how we used to get through Worlds and MSI. And no, they haven't played Lilia. I don't know how we used to get through Worlds and MSI when they didn't have like Fearless. We would truly watch the same 10 champions every game.
We'll have Neferi up as well. Sion, a pick that
Holy frick, how did we do that?
most likely are going to want to take away, because I don't know if you want to go for it. Allows the
We watched the same 10 okay, granted they could ban 5 each. We watched the same 20 champions
Okay, well, this
every game.
This feels like a pretty obvious Sion angle here for on 4 for G2.
No, literally, holy cookie cutter, most textbook, unimaginative comps.
Olaf taken away. Oh, respect to Broken Blade there. recognizing what Olaf could do
Holy
against their competition.
moly, how did we get through that? I just watch Worlds depending on the teams.
Kind of
Fair.
on the middle road. If they pick it, Keen is
I don't know how
a
we did
huge
it.
player that's known
I
for
really
having
don't.
a good amount of counter picks.
And also, Sion is just a scary champion in general. We've seen so many matchups where Sion will fall behind at a certain point, just fall apart really quickly. So Aatrox,
Before the current balance team took over, we had pretty decent pro team comps, teams that would pick assassins and skilled champions instead of broken noob picks. But like, it would still be the same. They'd still prioritize, no?
Decently. Also a side lane
Like, I
threat
feel
that you can
we were
use as
still definitely seeing the same
still up and
champions
available,
every game.
even when a lot of other
You all
teams
remember
were unable to
Lucian,
find
Nami,
success with
Zeri,
this. Kenyan
Lulu?
Did persevere. Does open
Oh,
possibility for Skewmont to go
I don't know how we
for
did it.
something as a counterpick. And now we're going to see, is it going to be something crazy towards the top?
Okay, we're getting
into this
the fun
Aatrox.
Kennen.
Keen potentially ready to lay down
I
the
could
gauntlet. A few more
see
seconds before he
some
has to lock
fun
that option.
Kennen ultimates
But the front line
due to like team
already
fights
looking
and everything.
potent for the side of Gen G. Much more pick, much more side lane focused for G2 overall. And Jace locked in, a champion that's been contested so much in previous patches, but allowed to fall so far through the cracks in this picks and bans. As now the Mundo.
Mundo Jungle to come through here.
Skewmont's played it
For
before.
Skewmont.
Y'all, when the most exciting champion in this game is Mundo, we have a problem.
Set its caps on the Twisted Fate. But this is a pick that
We have a problem.
when he gets rolling can look so oppressive, but we've
When the
seen the games where it
most
falls
exciting pick
behind. Champion can just has such a low floor of what it could contribute. Skewmont, a lot of
of
faith
a
in himself,
League of
the team's
Legends
supporting him as
game
well with this
is a
lock-in.
That's the
Mundo.
main thing that I'm worried about, because Canyon on this Skarner will have a lot of
We're in
ability to
trouble.
very early get big impacts, right? Doesn't really want to run to Skewmont.
That's how you know the girls are starving, bro.
Even a 2v2
That's how you
can
know.
feel a little dicey, but he's able to, with his E, and as soon as the ultimate becomes available, be a really big menace in the fights. There is so much AoE damage available.
I like Aatrox. I like Aatrox too, but we've seen him a lot recently,
I feel
Loki.
like G2 is
Ike.
somewhat more reliant on playing a relatively slower early game, which I don't know if you're actually going to be able to get away with that. After Gen G had a rough game one, they bounced back, obviously immensely in-game. 2 and 3. What a treat it would be if we're treated to yet another surprise 5-gamer.
I'd love to see it.
I don't think Canyon is going to be able to make plays the way he was on Skarner or on Lee Sin as he is on Skarner.
And I think the thing is G2 need that support, they need that faith.
Lee Sin is such a carry jungler.
Gen G.
Need you to believe for me, Dracos. Come on.
I don't know if I need to believe. I think there are plenty of people in this arena who do. G2 Army, if you are here,
Yeah.
your boys have their backs
Yeah, Holy.
against the wall. They need to hear you. G2 fans, give it everything.
G2 fans, any G2 fans in chat?
All right, that's not bad.
G2 fans in chat, sound off, sound off.
The odds might be stacked against G2 everywhere they go, but it just makes it that much sweeter.
We can keep the back and forth going. You know, I think
Oh, we got one. Okay,
Just keep getting louder.
we got one. We got one.
I would respect
We
it,
got
but
two.
I don't,
We got
there's gonna be a lot of
two.
people here who want to be here on future days, and we can't afford to blow everybody's voice out on the first
Okay,
day of the
period.
bracket stage.
Looking at the setups here when it comes to the rooms.
I'll be a
Classic esports
Furia
chance coming out
enjoyer,
of the audience
Loki.
here is nice early stun.
Okay, but hear me out, y'all.
Not quite able to crack the plasma.
Still going.
Hear me out.
Good from Hansama. Flash out early. This is massive for G2. This lane phase is so difficult for the Kaisa. Still taking a big chunk. But the fact that they've gotten both of those sums.
Imagine
Hansama has kept both of
instead of
his.
G2,
Clear
it was
indicator.
Furia
It's
right
Skewmont
now.
can gank. The downside is it's a Mundo. I don't know how effective it's going to be, but Labrov does have the setup. Just keeps trading aggressively. though.
Imagine.
And this is the problem. The initial trade actually
Imagine
looks
if
great,
Furia
even
won
though
game
Lulu
5.
used both sums. As level 2 not quite there yet. Even though you use both sums, they get the full plasma stack, right? So much damage of the Kaisa tied into that.
It would be good for them.
And the cooldowns for Ruler are way lower, spamming
But-
his E, and they should be able to get level 2 prio as well. Oh, basically at the same time, Hans finding the Q, but if you use it on the wave, that means
Imagine if Gam won game 5. Dude, seeing them ball their eyes out on the League of Legends esports Instagram
Instead, G2 forced
Heartbroken,
the back away.
bro.
Nice early trade. The big
That
thing
made me
is
so
Hansama will
sad.
slowly heal up.
Levi
Reset
was in
will solve any
tears.
deficit, any
There was
problems that they
another
have. They do
teammate
have
who
to
was like
recall
bent
here.
over
Genji baiting the
against the
trap.
wall,
Yeah,
crying, bro.
Makes sense given that I don't know if they had early tracking on Canyon.
That
If you
was
don't
so
know where the
sad.
spawner is, you end up getting caught in a situation where he dives you.
Levi would have shown Canyon a real Lee Sin. Yeah.
Already rotating over as Keen. We'll see if Genji reads this play. Should be able to get the crash here, but do they have a suspicion? As the
Oh,
next
you
wave
already
not gonna get the crash?
know fans would go insane. Oh my gosh.
Recognizing the play that they expect to come through.
We're
being
going
the
to
swap,
game
which would
5
give
for
Broken Blade
sure.
the
Let him
3-second
cook.
TP bot lane. But if the wave is already out, if it's already pushing against him, there's really just nowhere for him to farm. But Lebrov, Skewmond on the way. Hansama here too. They're determined to shut this chase down, but Keen walks away. It's casual.
Something
Again,
happened.
it was telegraphed.
It was, yeah, Broken Blade went in too early. You really have to try and sell that. Put on your best acting chops because there had 4 people there.
But the thing is, the second they don't see anyone bot lane, they know that there has to be something afoot.
Oh no.
Now Broken Blade will be here, has the flash. Do they immediately go for the gank? Chains there, knock back to the wall, solid. Broken Blade getting lower, and he's likely to fall now. First blood for the side of Genji.
Quentin.
G2 tried to be clever. They tried to get tricky. They had good trades early. They thought they could save it with good map movement to follow, but Genji were unfazed. They responded perfectly.
Yeah, that's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Quentin.
There for Broken Blade, because of the way the top lane played out. He can
It's okay, still early. Hey.
just walk down.
Hey,
which
I'm gonna let you have
obviously
it,
feels really
fam.
bad because Keen made
I'm
his
gonna
way
let you
out,
have
didn't
it.
have to flash, by the way, and he has the possibility to go either way. But instead, you go back. 'Cause someone
I've
needs to catch
seen
this bot
enough.
wave.
Dude, I freaking love it when people say that. I freaking love when people say I've seen enough. I've seen enough or I've heard enough. Those are the funniest things somebody can say to me.
That he can really do.
And we're kind of back to the same relative laning situation with G2 giving away some XP and some gold to the side of Genji, making the game that much harder. Zenith Blade denied by Duro.
Also see Keen really get the most out of that phase rush, right? We've seen so many grasp chases, it's easy to forget. Used to basically always go for this rune as
Wow. I like that.
Zenith Blade comes through before the
I
stun
like that
actually
use
takes
of
effect.
abilities to not really deal with the
Fine in these
stun.
trades. The good news is
I
Hanzo's been
like
able to stay
that,
relatively even
Duro.
in CS. You can see an early boots purchase, but Rob just keeps going. Aftershock there, the Leona so tanky, but not tanky
Oh,
enough. One
Lebrov going
Lebrov gets
AFK,
the
y'all.
kill. Excuse me, Ruler kills Lebrov.
Lebrov
there
gonna walk
you
off
see,
the stage.
even with the fact that Ruler spent basically that early kill gold on a tear, it doesn't matter. Trying to hard force a player, you can't do that. It's into Poppy, right? You can't try and hands check Ruler when he has his W available. It's just not going to work. Instead, gets CC'd, slammed into the wall, and just goes.
Imagine he
That's
really
the
did
fact. He
just
was
leave. That'd
sitting
be so
on
sad,
his
man.
Doran's blade and boots. Will now finish the Berserker Greaves, but these decisions from G2 and lane.
Period, Death Ray.
Reminiscent of that game number 3, Dracos.
Thus far, seems like
Canyon.
everything has gone wrong for the side of G2. Lebrov walking into face check, level 3, gets punched into the wall. Hansama immediately flicked back. Caps is here.
Skewmon to
Lebrov
steal.
still relatively okay. Skewmon walking in, hoping to get the steal, and he's gonna take it. But they're losing kills. They've given so much just to contest. Hansama forced to flash out. Keen, low on mana. Flash forward on Lebrov, determined to get it. Just wants to keep going.
Hey, Lebrov,
forward.
he's still in
getting lower
there.
and lower. Hansama waiting over the wall. He might just die in an
He's
instant,
still
but the QD
CCing.
Champion Rain almost gets the job done. Finally, Keen goes down. G2 trying to fight their way through the
It's a
deficit.
2-for-1.
Just keep going.
Okay, 2 for
They
2.
managed to salvage something.
Yeah, but while that's happening, I want you to look at the top lane where we did see Ruler. Oh, Mike, be caught here, Caps.
Caps stepping up. One more gold card. Now retreating. A little bit of damage.
Whoa.
coming out. Double TP. Chase
Why double
on the way.
TP?
Poppy on the way. Duro with the spell book. I don't think he can stay under this tower. Oh, luckily has enough damage to clear the wave.
Good clear there on the wave. Chovy.
Why double
the back
TP?
cancel. A little bit of a risk there, but
I can't think
that
of a
actually
reason for a double
ended up working
TP.
out really nicely for G2. Even though Chovy, or rather Ruler, is pushing the topside wave, the Dragon goes again to G2 as they get the steal, and it looks like Genji is not expecting this heavy of a contest. Some damage comes down, but Chovy really isn't that strong yet. And Genji are playing for the fight, G2 are playing for the steal, right? So we see Skewmon go in, really clean there. Drake going down just straight from 760, and then this extended plate because Hans is able to get out and then still get a couple of rotations off. And it's a heavy investment, but while all of this is going on, obviously, we do not have Ruler there. As we see, Skewmon, once you are caught by a Mundo, you're not getting away.
No. He does go where he pleases.
Oh, is there a bug?
Clearly excited, but you can see still tension on the faces behind the scenes for G2. They got something, but it's still Gen G in a comfortable position.
Yeah, I don't know how that rune works at all. I just know that they can swap between summoner spells. Like that's as far as my knowledge goes on spellbook.
Onto Chovy, trying to outspace here. Unraveled Earth there. And Chovy just speeding off at a distance. Power of that phase rush. Skewmon hits him with the what? The flash forward.
Might not have his item down, but he's pushing already.
I thought it was like a figure of speech when they said he went where he pleases. The downside is, as much as G2 are getting plays, giving us reasons to get excited, they're still conceding objectives around the map. The Void Grub's down. They did at least grab that first strike to steal, perhaps an angle that they can play for. Skewmon, the one wildly far ahead. A rookie on the international stage. His time to shine.
With the fact that Chovy already being put decently behind until Ruler actually hits his items, can be kind of tough for Gen G when the rest of the team is there as well to really chew through this Mundo.
Sub 9-minute Heartsteel. Clearing quickly as well.
Definitely going to be ahead of the stacking when it comes to the comparison to Canyon. Sturo.
It's level 6. Canyon waiting, not quite spotted.
They saw him.
Gold card is Chovy. Does his best to act this out. Will just be the recall.
Can they see the pet?
The end for Canyon as Ruler's been assigned to go toe-to-toe with Broken Blade. In the meantime, Skewmon ready to show
Because the pet was in vision. I don't know if they can see the pet or not.
The Mundo passive, immune to that initial piece of CC as Broken Blade forced to ult. Ruler, nice movement thus far, but Q2 does connect. Broken Blade just using it for a bit of extra healing. The Corki pressure, still pretty massive. Conqueror proc doesn't have Triforce yet, but still really starting to hurt.
It's the gold, right? As Ruler
caught out. Gold
RIP Ruler, bro.
Chovy's here, but it might be too late. One more
He's too far.
in. The infernal chains bring him right back into the waiting arms of Broken Blade.
And now the gold lead. Close to being equalized. Chovy also investing the ultimate. Still not getting anything. And G2, this TF, slowly starting to get more done.
Skewmon zoning Chovy off the wave for a brief moment as Broken Blade now going topside. Phase rush procced, and G2 just trying to make it messy. Rapid plays.
No way G2 wants to send this to game 5, right?
And you can see it was
no way.
2,000 gold earlier on. Now it's only 200.
No way,
They
right?
just continue to find kill after kill.
It has to be said though, Gen G, I want you to look at those inventories. That's free tier items. Once those spikes hit, I think they're going to be a lot stronger.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Appleche.
Regardless of the fact that there's no Triforce.
Hope you're having a good day today.
Chovy doesn't have his item done yet either. Keen, I don't think is going to be involved in this. Neither him nor Broken Blade have TP available. Keen's one is closer, but I don't know if it'll be there for this Drake.
And the only completed item on the Rift is the Heartsteel for Skewmon. So if he's not there or if he's picked off, the gold much more in Gen G's favor.
Wow, Duro.
Initial interrupt solid.
Wow. I like this guy, dude. Duro is freaking good at League of Legends, man. I like him a lot.
To dissuade, canceling with the recall.
A support that actually wants to support, bro. Like, I got hearts coming out my freaking eyes right now.
Damage there for G2.
Skewmon hurts.
Jeez.
Waiting, taking through.
This man is for real, dude.
Once he locks it. Stepping up for the gold card.
Oh, I appreciate you, App.
Faster because of the scuttle.
Thank you for being here.
But Gen G, they just started the Keen's
Regardless.
here without TP. I don't think they can contest.
Ooh, death ray. That sounds too good.
Won't be able to get it.
That
Gen G,
sounds
good patience.
too good.
Not going to falter there. Know that they're stronger. G2's angle of picking off a single member doesn't bear any fruit.
But this time, yeah, we do have Broken Blade just pushing in top. Keen just walked over.
Excuse me.
The old-fashioned way. Just manually will be now back, but Broken Blade with those kills, despite the fact that the CS still in favor of Keen. Looking good here on the Aatrox early on. And that top side, they're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, right? And have to use the power spikes that are going to be hit early. We haven't actually seen any 5v5 yet, and that's where I do think Gen G with this comp can do a lot of heavy lifting. As Keen might be in trouble here, does a flash.
Boys are in top side, nice sidestep, dash through, parking the phase rush, getting out of the Infernal Trains, good escape.
That was clean, able to sidestep everything he needed to, not getting knocked up, not getting dragged back by the chains, just the power phase rush and that gate. Doesn't even have to use his flash.
No, solid play overall from Keen, weathering the storm of all of the attention that's been put his way as Hansama on the Brav might spot Duro. Good steadfast presence to interrupt. Ruler waiting in the darkness though. Triforce completed for Ruler. He does so much damage. Hansama's
nah, like what's Duro's number, bro?
Ruler's the one with the gold lead.
Nah, and does he play Thresh?
Alongside Duro.
Nice play there. Getting the
What's
flash
Duro's
around, so that's a
number,
big
bro?
deal. Good amount of threats there for this Kai'Sa, even not taking into account the fact that you got to try and play around. That's that first presence. Chovy's rocks as well.
Is it good, Clinton?
These tiers are slowly,
What type of vibe does it have?
continuously stacking, but same for G2. Do wonder how their fights are going to play out later. I think both these compositions can feel very reliant on for G2 you find an early pick, right? You have this TF.
Chovy anticipating the caps. Will play to take out the control ward. He was unable to do it after the previous exchange. Stepping forward for a moment, wondering if Skewmon can back him up. Spellbook Ghost going
I don't understand the phase rush rune.
Be able to step back
How
with that
many
low health bar,
abilities do you have to
stay mid. Luckily
hit
for him, Canyon
to
currently
get the
content
movement
taking the
speed? Is
red.
it just one?
Doesn't need to show any pressure mid.
And is the cooldown that low?
Far. Ruler,
3?
he's pretty far.
Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow,
Hansama,
Mizu.
Labrov on the way in. Ulti hits, cleanses there. Ruler retreating. Zenith Blade doesn't quite connect.
Dang, they kind of on Ruler's
Gen G
forehead.
able to keep their AD carry standing, but double sums from Ruler.
3 attacks or abilities, gotcha.
And flash.
It's a big cancel if they can find it. Caps' TP available, but he's still going to lose all those creeps because he has to recall. Hansama.
He's going to keep on going. Chovy has ult. Can try and look for a play.
Nah,
Doesn't have to do anything,
Kayla,
just
you're
hover.
lying.
Yeah, like there is the threat, it forces, it stops all the recalls. Skewmon grabbing the mid wave, and now it's Broken Blade in trouble. Ulting, World Ender trying to make it out, taking his time as he's knocked back. Good damage goes through. Broken Blade continuing to step up, feeling confident. Doesn't even have the Sunder Sky finished yet. As now it's a TP bot side. Caps gets the ult out of Chovy. In exchange for that teleport, Chovy's not too far away.
Not 1 and 7.
Good trade for him. Just using your
Honestly, I think we blame the jungler.
Unfortunately for G2,
The Zed jungle, the 311 Zed jungle.
amount of creeps. And the TP from Caps mitigated by the fact that he has spell.
I wonder if he comes over here and he's like, dang, man, these players are so freaking bad, bro. I wonder if he comes over here and thinks
all
that.
on Ruler as that tier continues to stack. Chovy opting for the Archangels first, needs a bit more time before he's going to get full value.
Oh, even items.
Keen. The extra healing coming in from the Sundered Sky. It's not going to be quite as easy in that side lane 1v1. Does have early lethality, does have that extra movement speed on the active to dance around the potential threats. G2, it's not like they have the most reliable CC when Labrov isn't there or Caps isn't there. Still a bit more time until the Destiny's available, and Ruler setting up home in mid lane.
There's again a good amount of vision here towards the top side for Gen G, but G2 not getting pushed out fully. Still a ton of river vision, and that's really important when you have the TF, right? Soon that ultimate will become available. This Broken Blade might be looking for another collapse on him, but reinforcements are on the way.
No ulti, but he does have the flash. Knocked into the wall. Skarner set up. Beautifully layered. The TP coming through as well. Broken Blade's got nowhere to go. Extra healing coming from the
Kind of lasting a long time. They finally get him.
No response from G2 either.
Yeah, nobody's getting anything anywhere else on the map.
To try and respond because we already had Labrov
Caps
making his way over
will
towards the
get
top side. Broken Blade was one of the
bot
members
tower. It
on
doesn't look
G2
like
that was actually holding on to a
anybody's
lead.
gonna respond to that. J4 or JK, Jace is TPing bot.
With a couple of great plays.
So it's kind of just free.
Blue smite.
No JK.
Doesn't quite hit. Forced to flash away. Mundo just
Gotta
keeps
use a
going. Durant,
flash.
Be careful.
I know about this one.
Spell immune now. Decent damage. Mitigating what he can. Exhaust going too.
Uh-oh. Okay, we got backup though. We got backup though. Do we turn this?
Not able to find the flick as Caps flashes out. Gen G. A lot of resources.
More reinforcements.
Able to get here.
But despite it, they got Herald. They already got what they wanted, Dracos. was a heist, and they were like, well, let's see if we can fight. Can't fight. It's okay. It was backing off.
And while the kills are close, it's the same story it's been this entire game. G2 conceding so many objectives, so many little things across the map to make these plays. I love the lust for blood, the hunger, the aggressiveness, the confidence.
Oh, Chovy, no flash. Does have his ult, but there's a lot of CC here.
Rob not able to find the Zenith Blade. Good
Oof.
sidestep from Caps, taking their time. LeBron gonna tank it. Shield coming in just in time for
No
Chovy.
way.
The fully stacked tier doing a ton of work.
Wow.
And they might get this dragon. And yeah, it's Cloud.
Maybe
That's all
Chovy
Canyon.
is good at League of Legends.
Skewmon manages to get it. And now the immediate retreat, but the mid lane tower already gone. Ruler does a lot of damage. Duro knockback, but doesn't find Hansama into the wall. Canyon going forward, will get Broken Blade. Big damage, and Ruler just allowed to free hit. Skewmon, though, continuing to walk forward. Skewmon completely unconcerned about the damage. Duro goes down. Canyon likely next. He's getting next to the wall because he desperately needs to run away, but Skewmon
Oh, Skewmon wants it.
pleases, but he's on the opposite side of the wall, and now it's Chovy.
Skewmon wants it. Okay, flash. So that's 2 flashes for death.
Keeps the pressure up. G2 again.
Get top turret.
They're getting close now, but they're losing everything else.
That's the problem. Yes, you get the top, or you get the mid lane play. You kill the Poppy. But while that's happening, Keen is pushing so hard that there's no other opportunity for you than just keep your spot. Skewmon just gets obliterated in his own jungle, by the way, as the damage clearly is there. This early lead on the Mundo not quite working out, but the fact that Caps doesn't get to respond, because if he goes and TPs in, and that fight is not a complete...
Yeah, it really does feel like they're getting like choked out, like actually.
Which still feels bad, but it's these cross-map plays as Gen G, they just keep setting up these traps, and it looks like Caps is falling
Does he have
for it
ult?
again.
Caught out.
He does, but
The ulti, but the CC held.
They're not going to use, yeah, not waiting until the end.
it's too much CC.
Caps down.
As they
But
got
Hansama
Chovy.
manages to get Chovy, has completed that first item. The power of the ulti alongside LeBrov's means there's more opportunity for side lane picks as if the TF wasn't enough. So again, it's these glimmers of hope.
It's a big shutdown, or rather a big amount of gold going over to Hans. Also, do note Lebrov, probably maybe a flash E or flash Q, using that summoner and getting a kill on Chovy is definitely going to feel good.
But as aggressive as G2 are playing, it's starting to feel like a run back of game 2. It was Keen on the Rumble, it was Ruler on the Jhin. This time it's the Corki and the Jace. Almost 2,000 gold apiece in terms of advantages over their respective opponents. And double items completed for Corki at 20 minutes. Fully stacked here, Trinity Force. He's a one-man army. All he needs is a bit of front line.
Which is crazy because
We also see Chovy. This is not
you look at KDA.
not a very high damage to Leah build he's going for.
But I think he knows his role at this point. He's behind in gold. Just set up.
Play for utility. Follow up on Duro. Follow up on Canyon.
Why did
Keep
Kaisa
Keen
not rush
and
static
Ruler
first?
safe. Duro on
That
this
build is a
Poppy.
little outdated. So Riot Games has nerfed static a couple of times. So now people are going wild arrows first item and just building full crit. Riot Games has also nerfed AP Kaisa, so yeah, people go full crit now. I've always been a fan of full crit Kaisa. I always liked it. I never liked hybrid. Even though it was good and I would play it, I didn't like it.
Gold card, but there's not, the follow-up isn't there.
Or AP Kaisa. I hated AP Kaisa. It was good. I would play it, but I hated
You have
it.
to just try and look for a play. It doesn't look pretty, but trying to get Chovy there is, I think, the best cross map you're going to get with the health bars. All those members in mid lane
Yeah,
being
for
as low
sure,
as they
Sanjeev.
were.
Anytime.
No contest possible.
Literally, anytime.
That's going to be Otacon here.
I'm an AP Kaisa truther, really?
Gen G
I think I'm just really, I hate change
looking at the item spikes
in the ADC realm.
Maybe
Like, having APCs in the bot lane and like, I just don't like it. I love my traditional ADCs. Like, I think it's fine to have caster ADCs, but like they need to be AD and they need to be able to see. You know what I'm saying?
Still playing very aggressive here. Not that much use there. To be fair, it was really just a TP coming through. I think Gen G
Period, Van. I agree.
any chance for G2 to get this Drake.
Yeah, exactly, Dante. I don't know why they don't want ADCs to have their crit, bro. Whoa, the healing. Can somebody buy a heal cut? You've got Aatrox and Mundo. Is anybody on the... Yo, I'm just now noticing the UI change again.
Giving them a bit more space. They don't quite have the follow-ups. The poke from the Aatrox Q is there. Gen G retreating. G2 a decent fight, but they can't get the kills.
Well, that right there is exactly what we're talking about, Hans. It's so hard to find a good ulti in there. Just dashes face first into a good amount of rocks. Talia, when she gets the kite back, hard to actually get on top of. And now, what looked like an opportunity because they were able to interrupt Chovy making his way over. That was the reason why the play didn't end up working out for Gen G. Trying to collapse on the Broken Blade to offset the loss of Canyon.
Wow. Canyon has heal cut now, but nobody else having heal cut versus Mundo Aatrox should be punishable by federal prison.
Just a nightmare, and the dragon gonna go over, not gonna be found, but with those kills and that shutdown, 2-0. G2 keep the gold close.
2 dragons to 2.
Freaking tough.
We'll be able to just immediately walk away.
Low-key, I haven't seen an exceptional Hansama performance in MSI so far.
Also has McKills, in case Ruler gets in trouble.
Like, I haven't been like, yo, Hansama is good at League of Legends, you know?
That's good.
You got Steadfast presence.
And Yen finds Qmon, both of them, I think, just looking for a stack. The turret goes down.
Gen G keeping pressure mid.
Hans is pushing though, and he goes unanswered for now. Giving him additional
C
vision,
stands
knows
for
that people are on the
Fat
way.
Period.
Now retreating. That's the ulti from Caps, but he sees an angle. He sees 2 members descending upon Hansama, so he knows he has an angle to make a play bot. Doro ready with the ulti, but it doesn't connect. Now it's Doro who might be caught out, but Caps takes a lot of damage in the meantime. Doro just gonna retreat. Wall goes
Okay,
down.
Lebrov cut off. Duro trying to slow him down.
Just Doro and Brav looking at
Amounts
one
to
another.
nothing. We chilling, we
You can't
chilling.
kill me. Let's just leave. And they do. It's a fairly peaceful ending, yeah.
Count of 3, we both put him down. And I gotta say, like, G2 at least consistently finding these avenues of attack to try and get some gold back in their favor. But I think the thing that's gonna break this wide open is the Baron. They've been avoiding fights, been trying to find picks on their terms.
So, looking at the spikes, 2 items done for everyone.
Okay, which Baron is y'all's favorite Baron? Personally, I love this Baron because I find it so easy to position as ADC so that the enemy team can't catch you. Fighting in that little top corner, ugh, love. Yeah, this one. This is the best Baron. The one with the Christmas hat. Okay, valid. Valid, valid.
And particularly in this game, as the dragon, there's so much Baron, or Baron Red, so much Baron damage on G2. With Hansama in particular, I don't know about walking into a choke point though. I don't think either team can get away with that.
Bot wave unattended, Keen pushing it out and moving up. G2 sticking around is likely to cost them gold, but they're determined to group and force something.
Imagine a Baron where all it is walls, and you have to use a dash to get over. That would be funny.
The armor pen wasn't enough. The healing
Like, only people with dashes can get over and auto attack it, or use blast cone.
Summoner's ready.
That one has not spotted a ton of vision available here. And again, G2, they're going to be looking. If anyone shows just slightly out of position on any of these wards, they can pull the trigger with Caps.
That's a death sentence? I know. That means, like, you can only take Baron if you mean it, bro. Them little 50-50s, those wouldn't fly.
So if either team commits too closely towards the bot side of the map, tries to set up for Dragon just with a little bit too many people, collapse on Baron can be very, very swift here.
Broken Blade matching Keen thus far. Caps immediately going bot lane. Keen, the member who doesn't have that extra lockup, doesn't have the extra cleanse.
Why did he go in? Was it to stall them? It's like, why didn't he just run?
With access to the objective.
Might start it. We'll see if Caps is able to bring out his smite.
So it's a 4-for-4. The jungler on the enemy team is dead, but we're getting a TP from Aatrox to come join. So it's still going to be a 4-for-4, but if they flip it, it's automatically Gen G's, no?
No immediate follow-up.
LeBron no flash. Like if they don't kill him.
The Baron, the Spites are bad, but they managed to get it in the end. Canyon takes the objective. Broken Blade free firing. Caps still standing. Duro down. Broken Blade still going. Flashing out. Caps can't go toe to toe with Canyon, but the gold card might be able to buy him a bit of a second, a bit more time. It's still the Baron.
Whoa,
down.
that was
A triple for Ruler. G2 cannot make it happen.
Ruler, I know you love your Quadras, but I don't know about chasing the Aatrox into fog. He's not afraid. He's just gonna keep on going. Broken Blade. Mission impossible. They see him.
He saw him.
Too fast. One more dash over the wall. Still running. An auto on a minion to buy a bit more health. Infernal Chain. Skumon on the way in. Genji.
I think he's out keen. Coming in on an angle.
Forward. Flick doesn't connect. Shock blast
die.
from Keen.
Not gonna die.
Oh.
Not even close, baby.
You are good at math. Close exchange again. You know that G2.
There were two smites.
The angle. They have an advantage in the fight, even if they are set to lose the objective.
So
there were two smites
available here for Genji, and even
yeah.
then, look at the burst here.
Because
Canyon. If he ends up dying, if that McKills doesn't come through, this entire fight might end
the
up
support traded his spell book
and even if they got Ruler, the fact that Broken Blade doesn't have his ulti to actually get the big
for smite.
And
now
goes uncontested in this fight.
With that,
means that
somebody panic smited because it went down to 134 HP. So that was a stealable Baron.
And it allows them to fully take control of this map. And as we all know, trying to play a TF from behind is just a miserable experience.
Yeah, and we've got Sorel.
Yeah, they both miss-smited there. Poppy smited, yes, but so did Canyon, and he missed. Dude, Broken Blade, you gotta be careful, my boy.
Close.
Not even close. Round 2.
That's twice. If he was a cat, he'd be 7 out of 9 lives down.
Are they ending?
Caps.
Okay, flash from Caps. Are they ending?
Going for the throat. They want to end it here. Game 1, G2 managed to find the advantage, managed to find the win. But since then, it's been Genji from start to finish. Ruler isolated wall from Canyon.
Oh my gosh. Hansama, how does it feel to not play League of Legends today? They've really had it out for you, my boy. I apologize for the inconvenience. So I was asking previously if they were going to end. The answer is yes. They weren't going to, but then Hansama ulted into their faces after a cleanse from the TF stun. And so yeah, now they end. They weren't going to, but now they do.
Slowly being whittled away. Duro taken down. The tower set to fall. Keen jumping in.
G2 is the official first team in the losers bracket, while Genji has lived to see another day in winner's queue.
And a slow start from Genji.
Slow start, yes, but it's not about how you start. It's how you finish.
Game 2 in the final game,
and they finished strong.
Genji really showing through methodical play.
Full shade is crazy.
Some of the decisions around
Hans hasn't looked good recently. I don't know. I don't know. Well done, boys.
Stuff you have to do if you want to beat this team in a best of 5.
It's a terrifying team to go toe-to-toe against again. Game 1, you find the win, but you awaken the beast, and they're just so damn good. 2, calm, collected. 4, messy as G2 made it.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Icarus.
An absolute slaughter for G2. They've been in this situation once before in playoffs, play-ins already against PLG.
I agree, Holy.
Managed to find a game. They have another chance
I agree.
in the lower bracket.
Let's see who else has a weak bot lane.
As is the same for Genji on the top side. You can see now.
Ah, my pick'ems are looking mighty fine.
Loser.
My pick'ems are looking mighty fine, my boy.
And a matchup.
I just got 5 points. I wonder if there's anyone who didn't pick Genji to win this match. There can't be, right? Nobody would be so silly. Right? Why AL over Fly?
And I think in the PGB powered by AWS, we see a pretty clear picture painted. As much as there were kills for G2, there wasn't a whole lot of damage.
I picked Fly. I wanted to.
In the end, there wasn't a whole lot of hope.
Trust me, this was hard to pick.
Tournament. You have time
I wanted to
adapt,
pick it.
Adjust. So room to improve, but for Gen G, despite
I
that
wanted to
first
pick
game,
it.
I
I
think
really
they
did.
Good on tournament expectations, dominant. We saw individual performances. We saw clean.
My
macro
global
moments.
rank is top 43%. I don't know why it's top 43% when I'm literally in first place. We've got to be getting a Canyon interview, y'all.
You know, the Canyon game.
We've got to be getting a Canyon interview.
We can leave that one be. All right, Lore is standing by with Ruler in the Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Ruler, 송기주가루입니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for being with me. Let's talk about game one, night and day with the rest of the series. How much was that you guys getting used to the stage or readjusting to what G2 threw at your face?
우선
A lot
가장
of it.
먼저 1세트 얘기를 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 아마 이번 경기를 놓고 봤을 때 빛과 어둠이 있다면 어둠 쪽에 좀 해당되는 경기였던 것 같은데 아무래도 무대 적응이라든지 좀 필요했던 것 같으신가요?
확실히 무대 적응이 좀 많이 필요했고요. 저희가 좀 얼어 있기도 했고 뭐 조합상으로도 저희가 초반에 좀 유리하게 굴렸어야 됐는데 계속 좀 톱니바퀴가 좀 잘 안 물렸던 게 좀 가장 컸었던 것 같습니다.
We definitely needed some time to get used to the stage, and also we were not fully warmed up.
We could
Also,
tell.
our comp was all about the early game snowball, but I think everything just didn't really work well.
Standout performance after that. And you, with the experience you have, you are playing with a support that is really new to the international stage. How much are you helping him? What kind of advice did you give him?
그리고 또 이번에는 좀 비교적 신인이라고 볼 수 있는 듀로 선수, 첫 국제대회 무대를 밟는 듀로 선수와 함께 MSI를 치르고 계신데 경험치가 많은 룰러 선수인 만큼 어떤 식으로 조언을 주고 계신가요?
일단 계속 좀 편한 상태를 계속 유지시켜 주려고 좀 노력하고 있는데 민규 스스로 듀로 선수 스스로 좀 그런 걸 좀 잘 하고 있는 것 같아서 아직은 좀 더 지켜봐야 할 것 같지만 오늘은 그래도 좀 덜 긴장을 덜 하고 좀 신인답지 않게 좀 잘 했던 것 같습니다.
I think the most important thing is feeling comfortable and relaxed on stage, so I'm focusing on that. Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but based on the performance today, I think he was not nervous at all.
He played phenomenal indeed. I know that you had an interview recently with Cloud Sitki where you said that you didn't have the confidence that you had in 2023, despite the fact that you went 18-0 in the LCK and you're the favorite team to win the tournament. Could you explain why?
최근에 한 인터뷰에서 지금 23년도에 그런 자신감이 있지는 않다라고 밝히셨는데요. LCK에서 전승하고 오셨고 지금 많은 분들이 우승 후보로 꼽고 있는데 그런 식으로 인터뷰했던 배경도 궁금합니다.
일단 사실 제가 LPL에 있었을 때가 가장 좀 제 실력적으로 좀 가장 하이였다고 생각을 하는데 그 이유가 어쨌든 LCK에선 이렇게 적극적으로 소통이 가능하지만 LPL에 갔었을 때 뭐 제가 좀 공부를 안 하기도 했었고 그러다 보니까 제 플레이에 좀 더 집중을 많이 할 수 있었던 환경이 됐었어가지고 좀 그런 쪽으로 많이 신경 쓰다 보니까 제
Alright,
실력이 좀 많이
Oli.
나왔던 것 같아서
I think I might do
그렇게
the same.
준비를 했습니다.
It was
Thank you. I
mostly
appreciate
because
you.
when I was back in the LPL, communication was not as flawless as I do in the LCK because of language barrier. I was kind of slacking on the, studying new language, but so that made me focus 100% on my gameplay. So I kind of thought that was like performance-wise my prime time. So that was the main reason why I said so.
We saw that you were flashing the JDG emote in-game. Is that about channeling that confidence that you had back then?
그리고 오늘 인게임에서 계속해서 JDG 감정 표현을 보여주셨는데 23년도에 그런 자신감을 좀 다시 가져오기 위함이었을까요?
좀 겸사겸사 느낌이 있는데요. 일단 23년도 MSI 감정 표현으로 제가 장착을 했었던 것 같은데 기억상 일단 그때 제 실력이 가장 좋았었던 것 같아서 이제 그걸 보고 상대가 긴장했으면 좋겠다 이런 취지로 좀 들었습니다.
Yeah, kind of. And I think specifically that was 2023 MSI JDG icon. So I wanted to show off that aura.
Let's see if you can channel that success once again. Rura Songsu, 인터뷰 너무 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Jisung, thank you so much for the help and translation. One more time for Ruler and Genji. And that's all for us here on that side of the stage.
All right, y'all. Are we surprised? Not at all. Not one bit. And we will be moving on to the next game tomorrow, which is our dear own Yasa. Got our 5 points. We are now top 28 Okay, that's what I like to see. Let me see over here. Okay. Okay, that's what I like to see. Oh, this hasn't updated. It still says 70. It doesn't say 75. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. All right. All right. All right. All right. Yes, thank y'all so much for watching today. I hope you guys enjoyed the games. The absolute obliteration of G2, which we all took part in witnessing today. Tomorrow we might witness the same thing with FlyQuest versus AL. Not gonna lie. We are going up against China's #1 seed on my birthday. What a great birthday gift. I don't think I've ever had a better birthday gift than watching my country lose internationally. I think that's a S tier gift. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, full stream. Yeah, AL is going up against NA's #1 seed, period. It's all about wording. I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and until then,